This summer, the world's largest arena for sports and collectibles is back in New York City. Catch the return of Fanatics Fest from June 20th to 22nd, where you could share the floor with the biggest names in sports. That means appearances by over 500 iconic athletes and celebrities from your favorite teams, including current and former New York Knicks legends, plus live panels and podcasts, exclusive merch collabs, and trading card arena with 200 of the biggest dealers in the biz, and way, way more. Get your tickets today at FanaticFests.com and get 20% off your ticket price before May 26th with promo code Knicks Film School 20. Again, get tickets at FanaticFest.com and use promo code Knicks Film School 20 for a 20% discount. When the world's greatest athletes gather in New York City, don't miss it. Jeff.
I'm calling the Kobe ISO, brother.
Jeff.
I'm on mute, please.
Jeff, I just got one thing to say.
3 words.
Yeah. You should have gone for the head. Welcome to the Knicks Film School Postgame Show presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, where we have, say it with me now, a motherfucking basketball series. How
John,
you
that was
doing,
beautiful.
baby?
John, that was beautiful.
How you doing?
That was
I'm
great.
still here.
Oh, Jeff's still here. I think he's going to get like a Thanos
still
glove
here.
or something.
I
That was
just didn't
great.
need the people seeing my nether regions. You feel
Oh
me?
no! Oh no! Okay. Oh, he's getting it. There you go. We have a
Oh.
Thanos Infinity Gauntlet on screen.
Tell them again, John. Tell them again.
You should have killed me when you had the chance. Oh my God, Jeff, did we just see that?
Yes. Yeah, I didn't even know. Like,
Can
Mr.
I?
Macri, when I tell you
Yes.
that I've said it a bunch of times, I've said it on this platform, I've said it on my platform, I've said it on a bunch of platforms. The New York Knicks are the greatest anime in the history of basketball and professional sports. The twists, the turns, the plot lines, it's all gas, no brakes. The roller coaster we just got taken on, because I was out.
No.
That first half, they
Yeah.
had one foot in the sand. And
Can I
for
pick
them
up
to
there?
turn it on its head the way they did, I have no more words for this team. It's like, bro,
No.
this is really like the toxic relationship. Are you going to let go or not? We got to let go, but the ride is just too crazy.
I compared them in a newsletter a couple weeks ago to, and I think it was after a loss.
Mm-hmm.
To that relationship. In my case, that girlfriend, or if
Read the newsletter, by the way. Read the newsletter. Please subscribe. Get that.
I shout out to Substack, all the Substack crew. I compared it to that relationship that everybody has had a friend that's been in that relationship. Most of us have been in that relationship ourselves, where everybody looks at you and you can tell when they're looking at you, when you're sometimes when you're out with that person, oftentimes after you've had one of those nights with that person and you walk in with that look on your face and it's like everybody's thinking it. And sometimes nobody wants to say it, but everybody's thinking it like, man, what are you doing with your life? Sticking with this situation. What are you doing? Because they see the lows. But Jeff, why do we stay in those relationships? We stay because of the highs.
Some
And
people would
this
say we're
team-
stupid, but that
Some
too.
people would say we're stupid.
Some people would say you don't enjoy prosperity, which is what I said about this team.
Jeff, you said you had a foot in the sand in the
No,
first
they
half.
had a foot in the sand.
Or they had.
You know, I don't know how rich people book travel, but they were already in the concierge. It felt like that to me.
So, it was like that. It was like that, and it was undeniable. And we're gonna talk about all of it because this game had it all. But just from a personal perspective, and look, I get I'm coming at this where this has been a trying a couple of days, and I want to thank you, Jeff, and everybody else who has reached out. And I apologize if I haven't gotten back to a lot of people. I promise you I will. But so I'm not going to sit here and pretend like that did not contribute to my emotional state as I was watching this game. That being said, I was so I have to do this. I've quoted this show a lot in the past, and I have to do it again. I don't know if you're a Sex and the City fan, Jeff. It was a show that I watched.
I know I'm very
Okay.
comfortable in my in everything to tell you I tapped into Sex and the
There you
City.
go. Well, I'm not too proud to say I've watched every episode several times because it was a show that my mom and I watched together. Shout out to my mom. I know she's watching right now. And there's a scene. It's towards the end of the show. Of course, Carrie's something happened with Big, and she says, "What if at one point you run out of tears to cry for one man, for one relationship?" And I was at the point, Jeff, even in the second half, even in the fourth, even after they had cut it to 13 at the half, even after they had cut it to 10 points in the third quarter, Jeff, even as Kat was putting on a display that will now have him in the annals of time forever as a Knick, regardless of what happens from here, because when you put forth a fourth quarter like that, that's a forever fourth quarter. But even as that was happening, Jeff, I did not allow myself to get on board. I did not allow myself to believe, because I said I was out. I was out. I was totally out. I was ready. I was like, can we just get to the end? Please. Can we get to the end? As I'm about to sneeze. And when it finally turned for me, the Cat falling away, falling down, what do you want to call it? 3-pointer to make it 94-90.
Which was an and one, by the way. The way they were calling fouls, it was an and one, by the way.
When that went down, it was not long after Jalen Brunson had been taken out of had to be taken out of the game, essentially, although we'll talk about that decision. With the fifth foul challenge, they lost. Cat had missed 2 straight shots. Siakam was fouled. He put Indiana ahead. Then Cat got 2 free throws, put the Knicks back up ahead. But when that went in to put them up by 4, I was like, holy shit, they might actually do this. And I just at that point, there was still a lot of time left. There was still almost 5 minutes remaining, if my notes indicate. And I was just waiting. I was just waiting for Indiana to take the lead back. And they never did. And the Knicks closed it out. And I as I'm sitting here right now, because I waited so long to get back in on this game, I still am not quite. I'm in disbelief. I can't believe that happened. I don't really know what to say. I don't know what to say about this game. I don't know what to say about that ending. I don't know what to say about this series. I don't know what to say about this team. This inexplicable, maddening, make you want to quit watching sports altogether, make you question your life choices team. I don't know what to say about them at this point, other than that, never, ever count them out. Because if you do, you'll be sorry. Whew.
You just got a preview of the Knicks Film School newsletter coming out to your inbox, because y'all going to keep Macri on this for 4 hours. I already know. He's not getting off until 3 a.m. So probably by like 6, 7 a.m., It's going to hit
It
your
might be
inbox.
after 5 a.m. It might be an after 5 a.m. newsletter.
6, 7 a.m. Don't be assholes and talk about typos or anything like that. Actually, I'm a shill for you for a second, John.
No, please don't.
For how early he writes this newsletter after talking to y'all, reading every single super chat, talking to people like me, talking to Andrew and Kev and the whole community. Bro, 2 years, 3 years I've been subscribed. I could count the number of typos. Like, I know you're bleary-eyed, you're bloodshot, you look like a noir
Jeff,
40s detective when you're typing. It was a cold, dark Sunday. The Knicks have just come back to make it a series. But this is the type of quality you get.
No one wants to hear this. Talk about the game.
And if you indulge me for a second, indulge me for more. I'll stop shilling because I know you're blushing right now. I'll stop shilling. I'm not Stephen A. Jr., Johnny. I'm just from New York. We all have a similar accent. So let's relax. I want to give a shout out to the New York Liberty.
I love it.
Who set the tone in Indiana by locking up Caitlin Clark. Natasha Cloud put Caitlin Clark under 2-factor authorization and won the game and set this off for New York to reclaim glory against Indiana. That's first off. Secondly, John, I'm in the same boat as you. Okay. If you ask anybody, like, I'm one of the most positive people. I detach my emotions from this team.
Jeff, how can you not?
It felt like if I can't want it more for you, then you want it for you. And that first half justified my detachment and not, I'm going to still root. I'm going to be in the game, but I couldn't put my emotional vulnerability on the line. They find a way to pull you back in. Just as you thought you were out, they continue to find a way to pull back in. And I want to get into, and John, start saying your insights, because there was so much tactical to talk about in this game that's going to vindicate both sides of wherever you sit in the multiple debates with this team. This is why I say they're the greatest anime. I couldn't draw up how this game developed, where it both gave credence and put stuff in doubt at the same time on both sides of the argument. It's fascinating.
Jeff, this game was what was the thing that went around a few years ago? The dress picture? Is it a green dress or is it a blue dress or whatever? Right? Right? That's what this game was. Anything you wanted to take from this game, any interpretation that you wanted to have from this game, your opinions about the coach, your opinions about the Karl-Anthony Towns, your opinions about Josh Hart, your opinions about literally almost anybody on the roster, your opinions about Mikal Bridges, you could find stuff in this game. Where I want to start, and where I believe the Indiana Pacers will start in their assessment of tonight. And I wish I had an answer for this, but I'm just going to read some things. After 3 quarters, Jeff, this team was down by 10 points. Despite shooting 42.4% from the field, having only one additional field goal attempt than the Pacers, because usually when you're shooting that poorly and the team you're playing is shooting that well, and the Pacers were shooting well over 50% at that point, although they were not hitting threes, notably, you're only taking one additional field goal attempt. You were getting outscored in points off of turnovers, 18-6. You were getting outscored on fast break points, 16-0. And I've saved the best for last. Your 3 premium players, your top 3 offensive players, Mikal Bridges, Karl-Anthony Towns, and Jalen Brunson, were from the field a combined 12 of 38. I'm going to say that again. 12 of 38 from the field. JB, 4 of 14. Cat, 2 of 8. Mikal Bridges, 6 of 16. That they were only down by 10, given all of that, I want to sit here and say that is a testament to their mettle and their toughness and all the words that we throw around on these post-game shows. And it is. But I also love to be able to sit here and be like, yeah, but it was this thing or that thing. And I don't know what the thing was. I mean, I guess you could say the Pacers weren't really hitting threes, but they were shooting lights out from the field overall. So I don't even really want to go to that. We could talk about some individual players that kept them in it. And I guess that's a good transition. Look, this is the cat game. It's always going to be the cat game. It should be the cat game. But two guys in different parts of the game that the Knicks we would not be sitting here having this sort of conversation right now. OG Anunoby and Deuce McBride. OG Anunoby, when absolutely no one on this roster could hit the far side of a barn, OG Anunoby kept them in this thing with his shot making. And you look up, you see his final stat line, 16 points, 6 of 9 shooting. Don't gloss over those 4 or 6 from 3, because that 4 or 6 from 3 gave them those were drips of water in the desert when you had gone when you've been walking all day. That's what those were. And then Deuce McBride, again, you want to talk about the most deceiving, unassuming. You know what he went in this game? 9 points, 2 of 6 from the field, 1 steal, no rebounds, no assists. We're not having this conversation without Deuce McBride.
What he was able to do, despite the fact that he picked up 3 fouls
in a minute,
in a minute, just based off the switching and Miles Turner doing his best Mitchell Robinson impersonation, he bounced back in that second half in a real special way. And this is probably going to be one of them. If you look at it, 9 points in the second half, 2 of 6 from the field, plus 12, 1 of 4 from 3-point range. If you look at it, if you're just a spreadsheet watcher, you'd say, well, how was that impactful? He was able to hold the line defensively to get the Pacers out of sorts. Here's the other thing I'll say, John.
Yeah.
Now I'll throw it back to you. The Pacers lost this game in the second quarter.
I was going to get to it, but yeah, let's talk about it now.
They had a chance, and I've seen them hit these game breakers. They were doing that to the Cavs for the whole series. Once they started hitting the game breakers, and for what it's worth, they were leaving the door open for the Knicks in that quarter as well. And the Knicks couldn't capitalize because they were equally mid, and they start going on their runs. They start turning the ball over. Hallie goes on his front running escapade. You know, when he got the lead, he's one of the most dangerous men in the NBA because it's like all of his attributes increase. He's throwing the alley to Obi. They were up by 20. It was 55, 35.
Can we go through it right now real quickly? I have it right here.
Please.
So 55-35, Knicks timeout. Going downhill. Mitchell Robinson actually with the assist there. How you doing, Mitch? To cut it to 18. Nesmith gets fouled, misses a free throw. Every point counts, so it's back up to 19. Then we had a Mitchell Robinson offensive foul he was trying to set a screen, and I was like, oh my God, he caught whatever Cat has had for his entire career. And then the Knicks actually had a pretty good defensive possession, and they commented on it on the broadcast because it resulted in Tony Bradley taking a corner 3. And I think it was Stan Van Gundy at that point who noted that's the guy you want to leave open, which is not something that we have said about the Knicks often enough. So he misses that. Brunson comes down, misses we're going to talk about Jalen Brunson, who, listen, hit the free throws when it counted, hit a big shot when it counted. But up until the last 2, it might still be the worst playoff game Jalen Brunson has had as a Knick. So he misses a 14-footer. Who comes in and gets the offensive rebound? Josh Hart. Kicks out to OG Anunoby, who drains a 3-pointer, makes it 56-40. So down to 16, there's like, okay, maybe. Down the other way, Brunson fouls Nembhard. Again, not a good Brunson game, to say the least. Nembhard is both. Hart ends up very late in the clock making a little short shot. Again, cut it to 16. And then here's what you were talking about. Tyrese Halliburton, bad pass. Mitchell Robinson steals it. And then, this was that crazy back and forth sequence that resulted in ultimately a Nesmith missed 3, comes back down the other end. And again, there's a 6-point lead at this point. And then with 5.1 seconds remaining in the second quarter, Mikal Bridges hits. It felt like the only shot he had hit the entire freaking half, but he hits a 3 to cut it to 13. And that was all the moment. That was just enough momentum for them. That was it.
It set the tone. It shifted the conversation from, I think these dudes are defeated.
Yeah.
As somebody who has talked to athletes about the term quitting, I'm very like careful about saying that because I know that's like a line. But when I said it, they looked like they had one foot in Cancun. It wasn't because of quitting. It was more so they just looked like they were defeated, like they didn't want to be there. Nothing was working. You had a bunch of combinations that had never saw the light of day. They looked like they just met each other for the first time in the NBA season. But they shifted that conversation from a lot of Knicks fans and pundits and people watching, neutral viewers saying, oh, Pace is about to run him out the gym, to, hey, the Knicks are hanging around. It's 13. You know what the rule is. Third quarter, keep it close. Get it down to single digits. They almost did that. There was a swing in the third quarter where they were down 8 and Deuce turned the ball over. And then it turned into, in essence, a 4 to 5 point swing.
It was it was the penultimate play. It was actually, no, sorry. It was the Knicks' second to last possession of the third quarter. When Deuce, and again, this is why you mentioned Deuce before. To be very clear, the Knicks went on a 7-0 run to cut it from 78 to 63. It was a 15-point lead. The Pacers had got it back up to 15. They were feeling great. Deuce McBride, personal 7-0 run, cut it to 78-70. Then he turned the ball over, went the other way. Siakam, two free throws. And then I think it was actually McBride had a shot to get it down to 7. Last play of the third quarter, missed it, but it was a 10-point game at that point to go into the fourth.
And you know, I wasn't gonna get on Deuce for that last one, but in a game where every possession counts, every point counts, I didn't want to look back and say, damn, they could have had the lead down to 6. But still, we get to the fourth quarter. It is 10 points. And you made the reference to they should have gone with the head. The portals opened up behind the Knicks when they needed to hold the fort down and mount a comeback. And DeLon Wright and Landry Shamet step out of this portal to give what's probably the most consequential minutes they have played in, at least DeLon Wright for sure in his career, and Shamet give or take a playoff run. Well, I know I don't want to be too hyperbolic.
I want to go back and look at that, but yeah, maybe
it's in their upper echelon.
It's in the upper. Shamet, he's never made a conference finals before.
Oh, right, that's right. We broke the Shamet curse beating Boston. So now these are guys who did not expect to get minutes other than in blowouts and to clean up and get into PJ Tucker time. What these guys did in this game and what they showed was needed at the right time. And John, hey, the minutes police, they got the prosecutors behind them. They got a case. We might have to plea bargain with them. We might have to plea bargain because the minutes police got a case. You might want to knock this down to a misdemeanor, get a ticket, get some points off of your license, because boy, there was a lot of statements made with the rotations and everybody who played. I'm just happy they showed up when they did.
Jeff, we may need, and I don't know if Andrew's somewhere in the background. He always is. GMAC, shout out to GMAC. GMAC,
what's up?
If you are able to reach out to our friends at Fanatics Sportsbook and ask them, maybe off the record even, what line would they have set for Landry Shamet leading the Knicks in Game 3 with a plus 12 that was the highest plus minus of anyone in this basketball game, other than actually, who was a plus 19 for the Pacers?
Wait, guess, Andrew.
I
Don't
already
look.
know.
I just looked at it.
I already know. Yeah.
Shout out
Obadiah.
to Obi Toppin. But Landry
I just
Shamet
heard
with
from
a
them,
team-
by the way. They just reached out to me over at Fanatics. The odds for Landry Shamet to be your high plus minus leader for the Knicks. Since we're keeping with the Avengers reference, they went to Doctor Strange and just put up a number 1 finger, and that's the odds. That's
Just
what they
give
were.
him the gem, bro. Just give him the gem.
Was it 14 million, whatever it is?
Right.
That's it. No, but look, so all the credit in the world to Landry Shamet for being ready. And it's funny, I want to go back to one more thing before we talk about Cat's fourth quarter.
Yes, sir.
When they were terrible in the second quarter. They got down big. The Knicks made the initial comeback. Third quarter starts. It's really not much better. Like, there was a stretch there where there was one of the most. Jalen Brunson. I'm happy we got this game out of Jalen Brunson's system, and I hope nothing is actually like wrong with him, because that was. It wasn't just that it was a bad game. It was the most uncharacteristic bad game that we've ever seen him play. There was a brutal Jalen Brunson turnover. Mikal Bridges. How many times I wrote Mikal Bridges misses open shot. A bad Mikal Bridges pass, and they were down 68-52. It really felt another awful Brunson turnover. Just a terrible offensive possession. Tibbs puts in about 4 minutes, 30 seconds left in the third. Puts in Josh Hart for Karl-Anthony Towns and Deuce McBride for OG Anunoby. And I said at that moment, thank God they got Cat out of the game. And this is going to be a Cat post game. This was going to be a Cat post game either way, because this was going to be all about. This game was shaping up to be a referendum on a lot of things. It was shaping up to be a referendum on the coach. It was shaping up to be a referendum on the Mikal Bridges trade. More than anything for me, this game, this playoffs, or this game, this series, and this postseason was shaping up to be a referendum on the Cat trade. And when they got him out and they put Hart in and Deuce in for OG, I'm like, they needed to do that. They had to do that. And then shortly thereafter, Landry Shamet came in for Mikal Bridges, who, again, not having his best game either, drew an offensive foul. Subtle little thing. And we had this lineup with Deuce, Wright, Shamet, Hart, and Mitch. And that was the lineup that started the comeback. And it got us to the beginning of the fourth quarter, down 10. And then we could talk about what happened from there.
Yeah, sometimes, you know what it is? Sometimes you just need a paradigm shift. These guys that will come in and shift the energy, shift the momentum. Hey, man, I damn near almost didn't make this team because of a shoulder injury. And now they're calling my number. I'm not trying to come out of this game, and I don't want to be the one to lose. Guys like Wright, guys like Shamet, even guys like Deuce, guys like Hart, who had something to prove after getting demoted to the bench off the starting lineup, right? Like these are guys who are professionals, and they went out there and they did what they had to do. They fought on defense. They cut off a lot of water to the Pacers in that fourth quarter. And what was important about it was you had guys who could stretch the floor and play defense. At one point, they did not have a weakness on the defensive end on the fourth quarter. They locked them up. And
they had Cat out there.
When Cat sat, the period that you're talking about, they didn't have when they sat him for that small period, they didn't have a weakness.
Period,
and yes, when Cat came back, and we're gonna get to that, because I don't know what type of limitless pill Cat took in the fourth, but it seemed like the IQ went up 1,000%. He got all the attributes out the way, and he just played the fourth quarter of his life. But what I would say is about Shamet and Wright and all these guys that came off the bench, they were able to stretch the floor. They were able to do their job and not make mistakes. And if you're familiar with judo, are you familiar with judo?
I wish I was more familiar. Why don't you inform me, though?
So one of the principles of judo is to use your opponent's force against them in order to defeat them.
Yeah.
I think that's what the Knicks did, using the fact that the Pacers play 1,000 guys against them. by playing their own bench, guys who are hungry, guys who can D up, because one of the advantages to the Pacers playing 11 guys is that 90% of those guys can get you some type of bucket within the framework of their offense. They're not net negatives on offense. They can hit layups, they can hit threes, they can hit jumpers. TJ McConnell is the greatest backup point guard in the history of our sport. This is just what happens, right? Awesome. But when you got a defensive lineup of bench players who can hold their own and can do the same on the offensive end, now you're forcing Carlisle to pull his hand and bring his guys back in. And that's when the depth becomes a negative for them. And I thought that was something that was important. This is what some people were shouting from the rooftops, that you got guys, play your guys. And I think this game gave a lot of credence to that.
Look, we've I've gotten a half an hour and I haven't done the most important thing that I should have done. There were a couple of people after game 2 on the post game who brought up, why not try Landry Shamet? Why not try Delon Wright? And I laughed at them. Who's laughing now? It ain't me. And whoever those people were, I'm trying to remember. I don't want to say the wrong name. I think I remember who it was. It was a couple people. Whoever those people were. Chats, yo. I owe you guys absolutely the biggest apology possible, because I will wear that. And look, there was a time in the first, it was a moment in the first half where Tibbs put out the lineup with Wright and Shamet, and immediately everybody was like, "Oh, Tibbs has finally lost his mind." And like, it didn't go great. But here's the thing: it didn't go great, but it also didn't go terribly. And that stretch, there were good looks. Like with that stretch of game, like they got some good looks, and Cat was, for as great as he was in the fourth quarter, he was atrocious during that stretch. The issues were on defense. That's the problem. When that group came in, the issues were on defense, and a lot of it had to do with Towns. He switched when he didn't need to switch, made it 34-30. He picked up a really silly foul. He was in too deep a drop on TJ McConnell. That made it 36-30. He missed a 3 and then goes for a no chance offensive rebounds. Didn't get back in transition. It was 38-30. And then, by the way, shortly thereafter, who hits a 3 when it had gotten up to a 10-point lead? Landry Shamet. So, look, the lineup didn't look great in the first half, but like I was like, you know what? My issue right now is with how Cat's playing when that lineup was out there. That being said, so, and then you move forward and you give it this second opportunity. And you mentioned it before, the defense, and like, is defense like COVID, where if you stand close enough to someone and you breathe in their face, you could actually catch it? I feel like that maybe we have to look into that. Do we have any medical professionals or scientists who are watching now that can maybe give their insight? Maybe we could do a collaboration between, like an ER doctor and like a basketball coach, because when the starting lineup, who has not been able to defend you or me, well, definitely not you, me, maybe, because I just suck. When they came back in, and they actually started playing some defense, and then the possession I want to shout out, and yes, Cat came out at some point in this game, and they played some good defense, obviously, when Cat was out. The play that I want to shout out is one where it wasn't Cat out of the game. It was Jalen Brunson out of the game because he had picked up his 5th foul. It came with 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter, where I just wrote my note. It says, OMG defense, best of season. It is the only thing that I highlighted for all of my notes. I usually highlight the stuff that I want to go back and reference. It's the only thing I highlighted. It was the possession that featured OG Anunoby sending Neesmith's shot into the third row. And then they finished it off with forcing a Miles Turner desperation heave that didn't even hit rim. That was the best defensive possession they played all season. And it was with Karl-Anthony Towns on the floor. And you shouted out the newsletter before. I'm going to give myself one small pat on the back. Earlier in this series, I think probably after game 1, I think it was after game 1, I wrote, yeah, the starting lineup sucks. We know the starting lineup sucks. They can't play together. It's terrible. But I think in this series in particular, it's a Brunson and Cat issue. When you have both of those two guys on the floor together and you give them these two targets, that's the problem. If you take one of those targets off the floor, again, it might not be great. We still might get a stretch like we got from Towns at the beginning of the second quarter. We got some stretches from Towns in game 2 where Jalen Brunson was off the floor and he was atrocious on defense. Like, same thing. We could say the same thing about Brunson. Brunson was atrocious on defense in this game. Had nothing to do with Towns. But at least when only one of them is out there, you give yourself more of a shot and you can get possessions like that. Game-changing defensive possessions. And the thing that I'm going to give a lot of credit to Tibbs for, and then I'm going to throw it back to you, I give Tibbs a lot of credit for holding Brunson out of the game for as long as he did and going with the lineup that he knew only had one target for the Pacers to go at. And that one target was Karl-Anthony Towns. And for as much as we will talk about his scoring in this fourth quarter, I know I keep saying we're going to talk about it. It's 36 minutes in. We haven't really talked about it yet. For as much as we will talk about it, some of his defensive possessions, we have been waiting almost 100 games, 7 months, for Karl-Anthony Towns and Mikal Bridges to navigate the pick and roll defense like they did. And then all of a sudden, like a gift from the gods, it descended from the heavens, and there it was. That's what we've been waiting for all year. Look like two guys that have a fucking plan of attack. And they did it against as difficult an opponent as you could find, and they did it at the moment that it counted the most. That's what I'm going to remember the most, more than goal of Cat's points from this game when I go back and look at it and think about it.
So Tibbs is a fascinating guy.
You might say that.
His tragic flaw, which is also one of his greatest attributes, is the overcorrection. Game 1, what he did tonight, he should have did in game 1. When they were on that 14-0 run and they had the Pacers in double digits, and that lineup with Mitch and Deuce was playing phenomenal defense, and all they had to do was shut the water off on defensive end and score just enough points. Hold the door, right. Just score just enough points to keep them within arm's length. He should have did that in game 1. Didn't do it. So what happened in game 2? You play Mitch 16 minutes in the first half because I ain't going to make that same mistake twice. And I'm going to keep my guys in and run them however I got to run them because I don't want to make that same mistake twice. Where, ironically, the game told him he probably shouldn't do that, and he did it anyway because he makes the overcorrection. Yep. So now we're in game 3.
I love this point, by the way.
He takes thank you, brother. He takes what he learned in game 1, what he learned in game 2, and distills it into the perfect scenario-based situation, which is, we are not going to get back in this game with offense. We got to stop them from scoring, because if they don't stop scoring, or we don't stymie it up a bit, this is going to be a track meet. They're going to hit some BS threes, and we're going to be down 0-3. Serendipity in disguise. I don't know what a foul is anymore, Macri. Oh. I will say that, yes, Brunson embellished, but they treated Nembhard like he was SGA and gave him that blocking call. I don't know what the foul. I don't know.
The refs were not on our side in this game, Jeff.
Bro, oh my God. I know you're going to talk about Cat. When you get to Cat, I'm going to get to that travel. But
oh my God.
Bro,
they wouldn't even be able to challenge it.
That foul on Brunson that they challenged and it was unsuccessful is one of the reasons why he got to the bench. Why I say the tragic flaw with Tibbs. There comes a point where you got to win the game. Egos aside, you got to win the game. I've been getting on Brunson in this playoff run for taking stuff personal, going one-on-one, trying to prove points to the refs, to himself, to the other players that you can't guard me. And this has been a detriment to the team. He got the costly turnovers. You go on one-on-one, you stagnating the offense. He played a boneheaded game on the defensive end and put himself into foul trouble. But he stepped up when it mattered most, and that is in the leadership category because he sat his ass on the bench while the Knicks were making the comeback and was supportive and held it down. And I'll pass it back to you, Macri, when I say this. What if one of the best ways to utilize Jalen Brunson is really like Mariano Rivera? Ooh. You go to the fourth quarter, you put out your defensive lineup, you shut the water, and you stretch a lead or gain a lead for as long as you possibly can, because Brunson only played 2 minutes and 46 seconds of this fourth quarter, and that was the most impactful minutes he played in the whole game. My mind has been open to a realm of possibilities just by Tibbs expanding the realm of his possibilities. Maybe they found something. Well, I just hope they know what they found and they use it to the nth degree.
When your back's against the wall, oftentimes your true self comes out, and that'll be a good transition to Towns. Actually, I keep saying this. I promise this is the last thing before we actually talk about Towns, and then we'll get to super chats. When Cat went out, towards the end of the second, and it was the original starting lineup with Mitch in Cat's place. It was when Cat got his third foul. Mm-hmm. And I was excited. I said this during my halftime Zoom. I said, I got excited. I'm said because I was convinced the starting lineup change that Tibbs really wanted to make. And I have no, to be very clear, it's not like I heard that. I have no, like, this is just me assuming. Yep. Yeah, this is just me bullshitting, talking out of my ass. I bet the starting lineup change Tibbs wanted to make was Mitch for Cat. Not Mitch for Hart, Mitch for Cat. And so when Cat went to the bench with his third foul, Mitch comes in, and so it's Mitch with Hart, Brunson, McCall, OG. And I was like, you know what? I bet you they get back into the game. They're down 7. I could see them making a run here. What happens? 13-0 Indiana run, down fucking 20 points. 1, shows what I know. And 2, it shows you how off, it shows you how off Brunson was in this game. There were a lot of questionable decisions in that game. It was absolutely brutal, and that was the moment that I thought that the season was over. Now, to Cat. He's the most maddening player any of us have ever watched, and that is with all due respect to Julius Randle.
He took the crowd.
And I do want to, and look, there were a lot of people on the post game in game 2 who said, if the coaches were reversed, it would be 2-0 Knicks. I thought that was a little aggressive. I thought the level of play on the court had a lot to do with that. But whatever, it was said. The fact that Rick Carlisle continued to put a big man on Karl-Anthony Towns and leave a big man on Karl-Anthony Towns for the majority of that run as he was going off in the fourth quarter, and then they were screening, and sometimes he would, maybe there would be a non-center on him, and not playing liberally off of Josh Hart, because let's point out Josh Hart was in the game and DeLon Wright was also in the game. And those Pacer defenders treated those guys like real threats. And Karl-Anthony Towns was allowed to get his dribble game going. He was obviously, the 3-ball was working. And it's not like we haven't seen teams employ defenses that neutralize Cat before. And then they kind of started to do it late. They converged on a couple that, the 2 straight Cat misses. One was on that was on a decent look. There was a Cat miss. When did it come? He drove and they converged on him, and it he didn't make the pass. But that was too little too late. They allowed him to cook, and he deserves all the credit in the world for cooking. But I feel like they kind of got an assist there. I'll just say that.
Here's an observation from me. I think the Pacers don't know how to play defense other than the way they play defense. They have one gear. We locking everybody up.
Yeah.
We gonna play one-on-one. I don't care if you shoot 1 3 or 1,000. You're not getting threes. We take away the 3-point shot. This is our plan. And it, once again, the most maddening game I think I've seen for both teams as a Knicks fan, where our team was doing maddening things and the Pacers as well. For all of the praise that Rick Carlisle receives about his innovation, his willingness to play multiple players, the confidence that he instills, the complex offensive sets, how do you not see that Cat has been ineffective with a smaller guard and not try to employ
or a wing, a big wing, you know, or a
big
wing
wing,
with
excuse me.
size.
Yes,
Yeah.
a big wing. At least somebody 6'7" or better. You gotta go, and you got some heft to you. You gotta guard Cat. How do you not employ what has been proven league-wide as an effective strategy? Why don't you do it? Why do you keep your why do you employ this level of rigidity for your defense when you see Cat going out?
Hold on. Wait, you just asked, why do you employ this level of rigidity? What coach you talking about again?
I'm talking about Rick Carlisle, which is nuts.
Just checking.
I'm just saying. It's
Just
nuts,
checking.
right? But this guy, I've still, like, Cat is going nuclear. And the only thing that I could think of is if he's just like, man, we're going to outscore these guys, whatever. Let Cat go off. I got faith that our offense is going to break them. We'll just get it back on the other end. But what he didn't account for was that, one, Cat was going to play competent defense down the stretch. And two, that Tibbs was actually going to play the guys he didn't want him to play. Because I thought Rick Carlisle was Precious Achua's agent. The way he was advocating for Tibbs. Oh, you know that Precious Achua.
My God.
They got that Precious Achua. You know what I mean? Like, you could tell he was baiting Tibbs to try to play Precious. And it says a lot that all these other guys are getting in instead of Precious. Yeah, man, Cat was phenomenal. You saw the whole range of motion. You saw what he's capable of. This is the ceiling. And this is why he's maddening, because fans see it, league watchers see it, and it's not consistent. And at some point, you have to transcend the level of defense that you're being guarded by to be that great, to be the next level of superstar. You also got to get put in the best position to win, but sometimes you just got to go get a bucket. And today, I guess, is the day he finally became president.
Well, let's talk about the buckets that he got starting. I want to go through the fourth quarter.
Yes, sir. Run it.
So, Deuce McBride starts the fourth going for a layup. He misses. Josh Hart, interesting game for Josh Hart. And we're going to talk about a particular play from Josh Hart a little bit later. His stat line wasn't anything to write home about. 34 minutes. He made one shot. Did end up with 10 rebounds, including 3 on the offensive glass and 7 defensive rebounds, including one big one late. Again, we'll get back to that. Josh Hart gets the offensive rebound, kicks out to Karl-Anthony Towns, makes the 3, gets it to 80-73. Hart, not an ideal shooting foul on Miles Turner. He didn't love the call. Turner makes both. Down the other end, Karl Towns is able to drive. He had a beautiful spin on Miles Turner. He ended up getting beautiful spin on Miles Turner. And he made the layup. So again, now we're 82-75. McConnell has a decent look from a midi, misses it. Cat gets the rebound, and then maybe the best pass of the game hits a cutting DeLon Wright, who cuts right under the basket, and the Pacers fell asleep. And that made it 82-77. We go down the other way. 82-77. Pacers timeout. Josh Hart, again, that aggressive defense. This is the Cat, Hart, Deuce, Wright, Shamet lineup. That lineup defended like their pants were on fire. So Hart gets the steal, comes back down the other way, gets it to Cat for the driving layup. Cat misses the free throw, McBride gets in there for the offensive rebounder. He ties him up, makes the or gets the ball back, wins the jump ball with Ben Shepherd, and missed a great look from three that would have tied the game. I was convinced when he missed that three. I'm like, we missed our chance. The Pacers are going to go on a big run, and this is all going to be a footnote in history. Now, Siakam made a 2-point shot, put the lead back up to 5, and then here's what happened next. Cat post up on Siakam. Siakam fouled him. Cat made both free throws. We go down the other end. Andrew Nembhard, 1 of 2 from the line, and then Cat comes down, makes a 3-pointer, 85-84. Knicks down by 1. Turner misses a 3. Come back down. Cat with a beautiful cut for a dunk and an and one, and the Knicks take a 2-point lead. And then I'm going to go through just a couple more. Then Halliburton makes that 3. What was going through your mind when Halliburton hit that 3?
I was like, man, the front runner force is strong. You can't, once the front runner force starts charging up in Hallie, you know what I said? When he hit the 3, I just put my seatbelt on, man. I said, I'm here now. I'm not going to leave. The one thought that was going through my mind, do to them what they did to you. Take a game that you were not supposed to win. Come back from 20 points down for the 3rd time in the playoffs. For the 3rd time on the road. Do it to them. Because they violated MSG. And now, how the turntables.
So, yes, I'm glad that was your mentality. After he hit that 3, I'm like, oh my God, here we go again. But after the whole Brunson 5th foul, Michigas, Cat had he was fouled, hit both free throws, had that crazy 3 falling away, gave him a 4-point lead. Couple other shout outs, and then we're going to get to super chats. The deuce dunk attempt that resulted in 2 free throws. Was it a foul? I mean,
if it was, if they challenged it, it would have got overturned. Because everything they challenge gets overturned.
This is true.
Everything.
Deuce missed a wide open 3 after Mikal Bridges missed at the rim. And I think it was Hart who got, pretty sure it was Hart who got that. Yes, it was Josh Hart who got that offensive rebound to give McBride. Great look from the corner. He just missed it. Siakam ties the game. Then Brunson comes back in, makes the floater, puts him up by 2. And then it ends up being a free throw battle down the stretch. Josh Hart 2 for 2, Jalen Brunson 2 for 2, and then to close it out, officially close it out, Josh Hart 2 for 2 from the line. And I said I was going to shout out the rebound. The rebound came from Josh Hart when it was 102-98. After
was it Turner that shot that YOLO 3 that tried to?
It was the Turner 3. I want to go back and rewatch the possession. It felt like it was a makeable look. It was a makeable look, but and oh my God, you know what's funny? I'm just looking at it. No, is that rebound? Yeah, that's, I feel like that rebound.
They were up 3.
You want to laugh? They didn't even. I'm looking at the official the play-by-play right now. They didn't even give Josh Hart credit for the rebound. I'm looking at it. 19.1 seconds left. Knicks defensive team rebound. Team rebound.
If y'all bet money, y'all better get in the NBA's ass right now and go get your rebound. Go get your rebound.
A team rebound. That was a rebound of 1. What was the old Army slogan? An army of 1? That was a rebound of 1. That was Josh Hart's rebound, man. Do not take it away from him. It was the most as important rebound as he's ever had in his career. Man, I'm like, we haven't really talked big picture. I'll get to the big picture.
You got it
throughout the super chats. Jeff, last thoughts before we get to our Fanatics stuff.
The new starting lineup was a +1. The old starting lineup closed the game on a +9.
Can't, dude, you can't.
I don't know anymore.
You can't write the shit. You can't write it.
This is a pride win, John. This was a win to
in 3. By the way, hold on. in 3 minutes and 36 seconds.
3 minutes and 36 seconds. That fourth quarter, the OG lineup was the best lineup in the fourth quarter.
God.
9 points. Maybe this should have been the closing lineup and not the starting lineup all along. I'm just saying, I think they found that. You know what this is like, John?
What?
This is like we're in moot court. And
I did moot court for a long time.
Right. You're in like moot court. This is debate class where we're like, yo, we're going to give you a debate. You have one side, you have the other side. And when you look at the debate, each side has something worth arguing. This whole talk about the starting lineup, about the change and all of that, I feel like whether you're on one side or the other side, you're right about something. But I do think when we look bigger picture, it does give credence to trying out lineups and testing them in the regular season. He's lucky he's dealing with a bunch of pros, Tibbs is, because they came in and handled their business. That first half, they looked like I got on the team and didn't learn the playbook, and I didn't ever play with these guys before, but they showed improve. I think there are a lot of great takeaways, especially when we talk about roster depth, lineup configuration, battling what the Pacers do. They have what it takes to win this series. We've known it. And this is why it's pissed us off so much. This is why there's been genuine apathy across the fan base, because if you're just going to put us through this to sell out to a team who at worst you should be even with, then why are we doing this? And we do it because we're real fans. We can't get away. And every time they pull us away, we are back. The Knicks have made this a series. Job's not finished. Learn to operate within prosperity. Blow them the fuck out in game 4 and reclaim your home crowd. Reclaim MSG. I said before this game, win game 3, then win the next 3. This is the assignment.
I'll sign for a 1-point win in game 4. At this point, I'm happy they're getting another game at MSG. How about that? What was I going to say? Brunson and Towns actually had a very good defensive rating together in this game. They only gave up about 100 points per 100 possessions, which is excellent. Only played about 18 minutes together in this game, after playing, I think, 17 minutes and change together in game 2. That's much lower than their usual numbers. Again, I'll say it again. I think that's the bigger issue. Those two guys on the floor together. They survived together tonight, so that was good. I would stick with the new starting lineup at this point. I think they got great looks to start the game. And there were some buttholes that were puckered up to the size of this little hole in this right here pen that I'm holding up. And maybe that's even too big.
A lot of lemon booty.
Yeah, and it was everybody, it was everybody. No one was immune. Even OG early on had a bunny that he missed. So I would probably stick with the starting 5. But at the end of the day, and I'll repeat what I said after game 2, and I got a text from someone whose opinion I very much respect. I won't say who it is. Afterwards, who was like, I agree with you on that thing. When I said it's not an X's and O's issue with the starting 5. It's never been an X's and O's issue with the starting 5. It's a something else issue.
Chemistry.
Did they get past that tonight? I don't know. We'll see and we'll find out. Look,
they got to find their why, John. They each individually have to find their why and hold on to it. Because if they do find their why, then they can win as a collective. That's what it is going to be at this point. They have to find their why and play for that why.
And I don't think that that's something you could, like, yes, that is something you do as a team, but everybody needs to find their own why. And do you need to have the exact same why as the guy next to you? No. But your why does need to be selfless. to some extent, you know, and I just look, here's what I'll say. They didn't play well tonight. Could we sit here and be like they should be up 2-1 because they blew game 1? Well, I'm sure the Pacers feel like they should be up 3-0, you know. So we can't very well sit here and be like we should be up 2-1. But the fact that they won this game and didn't play well. And I look, I'm sure, shout out to Caitlin Cooper, who does obviously great work for Basketball She Wrote. I'm sure she's going to pick this apart like nobody's business. And there's going to be a lot of misgivings about how the Pacers went about their business in the second half of this game as they scored 42 points. 42 points after halftime. But I did not feel like the Pacers necessarily served this game up to the Knicks on a silver platter. I think the Knicks had to do a goodly number of affirmative things on both ends of the floor to take this game on a night when, again, even after that crazy cat performance, it is not like we are talking about a crazy shooting night for the Knicks. 34% from three, 43.6% overall, and Jalen Brunson goes 6 for 18. Excuse me, Jalen Brunson and Mikal Bridges both go 6 for 18 from the field.
Villanova, you gotta be in sync.
Yeah, you got to be in sync. Okay. I believe GMAC is waiting in the wings and is ready to hop up here. Hello, Andrew.
So, you know the annoying part, fellas? You know the
What's
very
up?
annoying part about this basketball team is the most maddening basketball team I've ever rooted for. Let me start here.
The Knicks are the annoying part.
Yes, the Knicks are the annoying part. Just this specific basketball team. Let me start here with the annoying part for this post game. I try to find a theme about the other team or the other city. Like you saw me lean heavy on 8 Mile in the first round, and there's 1,000 Boston movies. So just pick your Irish dancing song. And that was going to be the theme that I played to come up here because nobody gives a fuck about Indiana. There is no like music to play coming up here. It's literally just the Parks and Rec. Like it's Rudy. It's the Parks and Rec theme. And I got to go like hours away. It's the theme from Hoosiers, one of the most overrated movies of all time. What's the theme?
It's drunk Dennis Hopper coached the last half of this basketball game.
There you go. But like, there's no music to play is what I'm saying. Like I got nothing to come up here and
music. There's probably music in here.
I don't remember. It's the most overrated movie of all time.
I watched it once and I'm like, I'm good.
I think we had more we had more fun and excitement watching
The Brutalist
than anytime I've ever watched Hoosiers. Okay. Regardless, you know the analogy I thought about, Jeff and John? Remember earlier in the year, John, you said that going from last year's very stable, very dependable Knicks team to this year's team was like being in a very dependable relationship that unfortunately had to end for unforeseen reasons. And now we're dating the hot girl. And some point in January, we found out she's crazy. And there were moments where she was stealing your stuff, but then she made you dinner. And then like you found your toothbrush in the oven and you're like, why is it there? And it's like, that's where I keep it. Hold on, let me get the whole analogy out. And then it's like, suddenly she doesn't like your parents. And then like she's buying your parents flowers and then she's deleting numbers from your phone. It's like, why do you have my passkeys? I just needed your thumbprint. And in the past week, it's gone from like, I killed your dog to I bought you a ticket to Hawaii. Like all of the above and the extremes of this relationship that we're in with this basketball team. And I cannot quit them. I was sitting there looking at Mets tickets for next week. And then suddenly here we are and I'm back in. It's the opposite of Godfather 3. Just when for most of the season, it's the opposite of Godfather 3. Just when I think I'm in, they pull me back out. Tonight, it's actually the analogy. Just when I think I'm out, they pull me back in. Go ahead, Jeff.
I'm just going to give a shout out.
Yes.
To my combo washer dryer, wherever it may be. And there's at least one person watching, hi, Mom, who gets that joke. There might be a second or a third, and that's it. But we've all dated Doc Girl at some point. And,
okay. Gotcha. Okay.
That's all I'm going to say about that.
There's clearly a very real, relatable experience that John's going to go to. Go ahead,
I was
Jeff.
going to say the Jackson 5. Shout out to Kev. Yeah, I feel like I got to turn in various cards. But yeah, I forgot. The Jacksons are from Gary, Indiana. Don't play that music on your YouTube, though.
No. The end of
this will no longer be monetized.
The end of monetization. So, just some things from the internet before we go to the full Fanatics portion of our program. So let's start here. This is the win probability meter, John. If you look on the screen,
yes,
this is the win probability meter from tonight. So, if for those watching and not listening, the win probability got as much as 98%. For the Indiana Pacers, and somewhere in the middle of the third quarter, where were you when the Landry Shamet, Deuce McBride, DeLon Wright, Josh Hart, Mitchell Robinson lineup saved the season, and the Knicks obviously came back and won. And you know where I was? Shout out to the New York Mets when they won their game against the Los Angeles Dodgers. That's when the Knicks season turned around. So shout out, of course, to the New York Mets. Two things from the post-game quotes. John, you read the first one.
Yeah, I got it right now.
It's on your screen.
Yeah, I got it. Curtis, I was just looking for the run. That's what I was getting. James Edwards the third. Josh Hart said he had a hand in the decision for Mitch to start. It's something I've been willing to do. Said conversations started around the end of Boston. Shout out to GMSC, who pointed out during one of the pregame, postgame, I forget, that he was hearing that they were considering it. Said he doesn't care how much he plays. I just want to win.
This is apparently something they were considering. Yeah.
Josh Hart became the meme where you accidentally became important at your job.
He became a starter last year and now just stopped becoming a starter. Or stopped becoming the elite bench role player, the energy boost on the bench. One other thing that I just found funny from Tom Thibodeau. Jeff, you read this one.
Tom Thibodeau, and if there's any injury concern for Karl-Anthony Towns or Josh Hart. No, I don't know if you're aware, but our medical team is voted the best in the league.
That's a fucking great answer.
You know he laughed after that. You know he laughed. A Tibbs giggle.
Yes. Shout out to
the run, by the way. The run that shifted the win probability ended up being a 31-12 run. And it was over. It ended at the 5:10 mark of the fourth quarter. And it began at the, I got it right here. Hold on. At the 2:05 mark of the third. So that was a 31-12 run over a period of time that lasted 8 minutes and 55 seconds.
Unbelievable.
The immortal DeLon Wright.
DeLon Wright. Hold on. One other thing I got to show you guys, because this just continues. You pointed it out, the Landry Shamet plus minus and the Doctor Strange probability of it all. So these are the Knicks' best plus minus lineups tonight. Their best two-man plus minus lineups tonight. The first three all contain Landry Shamet.
Of course they do.
The next one contains DeLon Wright.
There you go.
Basketball can be weird sometimes.
And then hold on. Don't let's not sleep on that last one.
Go ahead.
Karl-Anthony Towns and Mikal Bridges, 23 minutes and 23 seconds, about half the game, plus 9 in this basketball game. Two guys that, again, at this point, probably an hour and 40 minutes ago or so, this post game was going to be all about them and all about Leon Rose, and not for any of the right reasons. So, shout out to them.
Shout out to them, and shout out to the fine folks over at Fanatics Sportsbook. It's time to bet and sweat tonight. Jeff and Mensa did a great job on the pregame show, going through their scorecards. I will tally up and see how they did, but you should tune in to our YouTube channel at 6:30 Eastern before every Knicks Film School. Well, before every basketball game, before we go to the watch along. So see what our full list of picks are for tonight. Mensa with the Pete Alonso home run, which is what he threw out there. He had the Mets money line and the Knicks money line. So shout out to Mensa for his picks. The picks that made the official Fanatics Sportsbook app, the 3 picks. So, John, should we tell the folks at home some insider info about your pick?
Oh, my family and I, we needed a distraction today, so we went and saw in IMAX in the city, Mission Impossible: Final Reckoning. Had an absolutely delightful time. Shout out to the guy who said let's go Knicks as I was buttering my popcorn. So I came out of the movie realizing that I had not fulfilled my responsibility to make my own pick. So Andrew made my pick for me, which was Jalen Brunson, 32 or more points. That did not hit,
that did
unfortunately. Not. But I would have made that pick anyway.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, Jeff, what were you going to say?
Ladies and gentlemen, Jonathan Macri has a ghost better.
A little bit, and if not a ghost better, just I know my people. I knew he was.
That was going to be your pick, though.
That was going to be your pick. Yeah.
You would have went 30 plus at least. You would have went 30
easily.
Yeah. So if it makes you feel any better, John, you went with your pick. Well, I went with your pick, and it was wrong. I also went with my pick of Mitch Robinson 2+ blocks, and it was wrong. Mitch finishes with 1 block tonight. Our one victory in betting and sweating tonight. Sean with a W, under 4.5 first quarter points for Pascal Siakam. And this hits. He had 2 first quarter points. Pascal Siakam did. So shout out to him. The fine folks over at Fanatics Sportsbook are with us throughout this entire playoff run, as wild as it is. Earn up to 10% back on your bets, win or lose. Use fan cash on team gear on fanatics.com or bonus bets and profit boosts in the Fanatics Sportsbook app. Stay tuned for exclusive offers all playoffs long. So I should say the fan cash giveaway has officially ended because we're here to tell you about FanFest.
Woo!
Fanatics Fest NYC from June 20th to the 22nd. Fanatics Fest, a great thing that you saw a bunch of celebrities and athletes and card collectors and all of the greatest sports fans in the world. Where else can you walk around the convention center at the Javits with all these people? Jeff was there last year. We're going to be there this year. Jeff, you were there last year. Tell people what you can expect at Fanatics Fest.
I want to see what you expect when you read these super chats.
I saw it. We'll see it later.
Yeah, but scene. Okay, you're going to see tons of activations. If you're WWE fans, some of your favorite WWE superstars are going to be there doing meet and greet, autograph signing. They're probably going to have the WWE entrance set up like they did last year. Tons of podcasts are going to be there. A lot of your favorite pop culture, entertainment, and sports stars are going to be there. If you've ever been to the Jacob Javits Center, it's the most walkable it ever was for me going in there. And I'm somebody who frequent Comic-Con, where it would feel like wall-to-wall people in various costumes. This was totally different. And it's a cool experience because you get to see a lot of different memorabilia. The activations, when the organizations come out, I think MLS had something that was fire. The NBA had a whole activation where you could take free throws and jump shots and 3-pointers. The leagues and the brands show out. Like, as somebody who's in the business of these activations and have seen them up close, I was impressed, especially for year one. So for them to come back in year two, Michael Rubin getting in his bag, bro. So if y'all wanna experience it, definitely come out, and you probably will see the KFS community.
Yeah, we'll be there. We'll be there. Doing things.
So that is the best I can encapsulate it for you. If you're a sports fan, if you're a pop culture fan, if you like these, if you want to see podcasts live, if you want to see your favorite entertainers and athletes, come through. And there's a lot of cool fans. It was pretty cool, the type of people that were in there and vibing. I will say that for sure.
Some notable athletes that will be there. First of all, in the Knicks world, Allen Houston is confirmed to be there. Miles McBride is confirmed to be there. Knicks legend Tracy McGrady is confirmed to be there. If you're a football fan, Peyton Manning in the building. Eli Manning, future Hall of Famer, in the building. Victor Wembanyama, if you want to go NBA superstars. Kevin Durant, NBA superstar. Some dork from one of the roast battles. Tom Brady will be there, but I guess I have to acknowledge that he's also won a bunch of Super Bowls. We don't have to see Tom Brady there if we don't want to. Regardless, you can get 20% off your ticket, whether it's a 3-day ticket, which is about $170, and we bump it down to $145, or just a single day ticket, which is about $65, and it take 20% off. You get a 20% discount on fanaticsfest.com off your ticket price before May 26th with promo code Knicks Film School 20. Folks, that when you're listening to this, that's probably today. When you're watching this live That's right now. So like get these tickets as soon as you can with our discount. Get 20% off either your 3-day ticket or your single-day ticket. Come hang out with us at Fanatics Fest this year. Shout out to the fine folks over at Fanatics Sportsbook.
And I'll also add real quick, if you're a WWE fan, Cody Rhodes is going to be out there. This might be one of your last time to see John Cena as John Cena and not wearing a suit. As the John Cena, 17-time world heavyweight champion. So a lot of your favorite WWE superstars are going to be out there too. I think Alexa Bliss, Rhea Ripley. Those lines, they go fast. People don't play about their favorite wrestlers. So that's another thing. And they do a lot of activations and interviews too.
And you're doing your area of expertise in WWE. I'll go to baseball, and I have to give the olive branch. So many great Yankees are going to be there. Derek Jeter, Alex Rodriguez, CC Sabathia. So many of the current Yankees: Cody Bellinger, Max Fried, Paul Goldschmidt, Tino Martinez, Reggie Jackson. So plenty of great Yankees from past, present, and future are going to be there at Fanatics Fest. So please join us there. We'd love to see you. And of course, hopefully, this is just saying what the day and the significance is. The third day of Fanatics Fest is also Game 7 of the NBA Finals. So we may have some conflicts that night, but that's just what might happen. Not saying it will happen. I'm saying it's going to happen. Job not finished. They got the W. They got back in the series. Hopefully the Knicks keep things interesting for us by making us think about what to do about Game 7 of the Finals when it comes to Fanatics Fest. Right now they got back in the series, and giddy up, folks.
Giddy up indeed. Thank you, Andrew. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. I'm going to sign off and let Jeff say his final thoughts.
Jeff, floor is yours.
I'm so glad they won because I did not feel like being depressed on this post game. I had no type of silver lining in the cloud. Me and Macri spoke about this earlier today. This has been a long season for a variety of reasons, and the privilege of it being a long season is the stakes elevate with each round, and every loss is felt stronger and stronger. And at some point you're like, yo, get me off this ride. I'd rather not take it. But if you told me last year the Knicks would be down 2-1 in the Eastern Conference Finals, 3 wins away from the NBA Finals, I gotta take it. This has been being a part of this community. Talking with you, Macri, is one of the great pleasures I've had as a content creator and as a fan. And as somebody who just loves sports and basketball, I'm glad that I got the opportunity, especially to talk today, because hopefully we're looking back at today as the day. So with that being said, Macri, I will Uber some coffee to your house and some light snacks, because these guys go have you up for a minute. The super chats are crazy right now, bro. Thank you so much for supporting Knicks Film School, sending in your super chats, sending your links, sharing this with everybody, whether you're on audio form, video form, watching now. Shout out to the chat. Y'all are always live and giving us loads of entertainment. Shout out to the replay gang, because you are watching this in the future where there is excitement once again for the New York Knicks. And I am sorry that you did not get to experience this live, but we here now. Thank you for the support. Keep doing your thing. Knicks Film School has a newsletter. Knicks Film School has a Patreon. There's multiple ways to support actual content creators that create meaningful content about the New York Knicks that you can consume and that you can be proud of, that supersedes narratives and all that other stuff. So please continue to support if this is what you want. If it's actually what you want, continue to support. We got like 29K. By the end of this, it's going to be 30K. We need to be at 100K. I know there's 100,000 Knicks fans that would benefit from watching Knicks Film School. So do that. Be about that. If y'all really support, if you really care about this channel, evangelize, man. Evangelize, because it's worth it. And I say that not as a member, but as a client.
That was good. 2 things. 1, hashtag meaningful. And 2,
that is true.
There's no one I would have rather done this post game with than you, Jeff.
Thank you,
I really appreciate your generosity of spirit, and just really thankful to have you here and part of the team, man.
Of course, man. And remember, the vibes ain't going anywhere higher than here. Because y'all motherfuckers only won one, and y'all put us through hell for no reason. So it's only here. You wanted to go here? Let's go to the finals. We got one game 3, win 3 more.
Keep it going. All right.
Yes, sir. Enjoy.
Thank you, man. All right. Man. You know, I could sit here and here we go. Fanatics Sportsbook. $120 in fan cash. That's our first super chat. Here's $100 in fan cash plus $1 for each point the Cat scored in the fourth quarter. The Knicks are now plus 170 to win the series. Should we spend our fan cash on a Cat jersey or the series price? Well, shout out to GMAC. He put up plus 400 after the game 2 loss. I think that was the more opportune moment to take it. I'll go for the Cat. I'll go for the Cat jersey. He became a forever Knick tonight. Again, regardless of what he does from here, I mean, call it like it is. That was not only one of the most legendary fourth quarter performances in Knicks history, that was one of the most legendary fourth quarter performances in NBA history. And if I could just say, honestly, for a second, I was thinking about this game tonight, and you know, I was texting some folks to say that I was out on Cat coming into tonight. And I think the way I would phrase it is, I don't know that I had ever gone from being, not that I was like all the way in on Cat, but I was all the way in on him for what he was. To go from that over the course of like a month and change to being where I was with him today, I don't know that I've ever done as much of a 180 on a player over the course of the playoffs. Now, granted, I haven't been a ton of Knicks playoff teams, but still. So that tonight, to say that came out of the blue for me. But hey, it's a reminder of why. It's a reminder of why this guy who he is. And I think I'm not going to speak for anybody. I owe him an apology just for where I was at mentally and emotionally on him as a player that I root for coming into tonight and throughout a lot of this game. I owe him a big apology. But I'm really happy he did what he did. I'm happy for him, and I'm happy for us, and I'm happy for the team that they could continue to get to play hashtag meaningful basketball. So that's cool. All right. On that note, I think we can get to the super chats. All right, here we go. Nick Head got to start out the only way we know how to start out with a pregame Nick Head super chat. Let's go, Knicks. There we go. Giddy up. And now, I saw some discussion about this in the private chat. Is this real? This is real? Andrew, you asked Kev, is this real? And Kev said it's real. The real SMG. I don't know who the real SMG is, but I don't think I've ever read a denomination of a super chat before on a post game. I feel obliged to say that the real SMG has just put in a Kev, if you want to jump up here and confirm this for me, I'm staring at a denomination that appears to be $499.99. Kev, is that accurate?
US dollars. The real SMG.
Man,
you the man now, dog. Sean Connery voice. You the real MVP. No KD, FKD.
Let me read the super chat here. Riding back from the game. So much fun. Knicks fans were out in full force. Thanks for all the great content. Real SMG, I don't know who you are. If I'm supposed to know who you are, I apologize for not knowing who you are. I mean, I literally lost money doing this for years, which is taking all ungodly hours away from my family. So to say that I do not do this for money and none of us do this for the money is an understatement. But the way I always phrase it is the generosity of our viewers, of our listeners, of our patrons, of anybody really who opens their wallet in any way. You guys because we're, me especially, but all of us were like getting up there in years, and we all have families, and we put everything of ourselves into this emotionally, mentally, physically. It allows us to justify what we do, to the people that love us and the people that lend us to this community and to this basketball team. So real SMG, man. I mean, I thank you. I wish I could sit here and say 499 thank yous. But I think people would probably tune out. So I'll just say one more. Thank you for the insane generosity. And I'm really, really thrilled that you got to be there in person for that event, for that moment. And I guess maybe part of the justification is like your ticket price in Indiana plus probably the cost of a flight plus the super chat still probably wasn't as much as 2 tickets would have been for a game in MSG. So I guess maybe that's why you did this. Either way, thank you so much. We appreciate it. On behalf of everybody here at Knicks Film School, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So the next 5 occur prior
during
to
the game.
Yeah, during the game, but before the comeback. So we'll see.
I was mentally preparing for some of these.
Yeah, we'll see. But then it was like a lull. It was like during the comeback, nothing. Everybody was quiet. So we'll see what happens. But you got it, man.
I already thought of my response to a lot of these. Thank you, Kevin, and thank you again, Real SMG. Glad you got to experience that. Thank you so much. All right, first up, Rafa. Disgusting. Get rid of everyone besides 11 and 23. Brunson and Mitchell Robinson. Wrong. Thank you, Rafa. Next up, Nick Head. Man, I'm trying to keep positives, but at this point, it's just embarrassing. Not sure what to say. We look like a team that does not know how to play together. We are going to need some big improvements. I was right there with you, Nick Head. I was starting to think of cat trades. I was starting to think about how they were going to navigate the coaching situation. Was it Tibbs going to get fired? Was Tibbs going to get bumped up to the front office? They're going to go outside the organization for a replacement, inside the organization. I was having all the thoughts. I was having what would, how bad was the narrative going to get on the picks that they gave up for Mikal Bridges? Not that Mikal Bridges showered himself in glory by the end of this game, but still, I had all the thoughts. And then the biggest thought of all I thought was like, the thing I kept coming back to, and it's something I've come back to many times throughout the down points of this postseason, is like, look, this team had 82 games to show us who they were. And they showed us over those 82 games that they were capable of the performance that they gave up until, up until about 2 minutes left in the third quarter. Really, that's when the turnaround really started. I mean, you could start it if you want with a few minutes to go in the second quarter if you want, but in terms of like that big run that I referenced, 31-12, it was really with just 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Like right up until that point, I was just like, they've shown us all year this is what they were capable of being, and I guess this is just what they are, and we just have to accept the fact that, yes, that is part of their identity. That is part of their DNA. But so is what we saw over the last few minutes of the second quarter. And so is what we saw over the last 14 minutes of this game. And are they perfect? God knows they are not. But yeah. Thanks, Nickhead. Hazu, done with his antics. Trade Cat. I don't care what he's done. Well, you'll get better value now. Thanks, Hush. Oh, JD, Cat plays like he's 15 and doesn't like contact. For 2.5 quarters, he did. For 2.5 quarters, that's exactly. I was more frustrated with Cat than anyone, I promise. I was right there with you, JD. And then another one from before things started to turn around. JD, I still hate the Obi salary dump last year. I tell you, notable moment, and Obi Toppin had a great game. He was a plus 19. I read that before, and I think his individual stat line was pretty good. I'll look at it right now. 3 of 6 from the field, 8 points, 4 rebounds, 1 offensive rebound. However, 14 minutes, did have 2 turnovers in 14 minutes, including, I think, one of the along the baseline. I think that was in the fourth quarter. It was when the Knicks had started to make their comeback for sure. And then also blew up. As bad as any bunny the Knicks missed, Obi Toppin missed a bunny at some point in this game. And I was like, oh my God, how did he miss that? But anyway, okay. But he's been a good addition for the Pacers. Shout out to him. Thanks, JD. All right. Alex, I still believe. Who amongst us does not believe at this point? Thanks, Alex. Alex with another one. Oops, didn't mean to spell that with 3 L's. It's okay. No harm, no foul. Thank you, Alex. Man, I didn't celebrate for what it's worth. I did not celebrate until Hart. I think I celebrated when Hart got fouled. When after he got the rebound. That's when I saw when like Siakam had the 3-point attempt was with 5.1 seconds left. I didn't celebrate before that. When Hart got the rebound, I celebrated. Hush Zoo. I'll be back every game with my cat trade jinx. Let's go Knicks. You have to. You have to. You owe it to us. You owe it to him. You owe it to yourself. Thanks, Hush. Robert W. Cross. Oh, Robert. Hello, John. I want to offer my condolences to your family. Your friendship means a lot to me. Thinking of you this weekend. That's incredibly kind, Robert. Thank you for that. I'll say, I mean, I don't know if there's going to be more of these. I just want to say to everybody again who has reached out and I haven't had time to get to yet because I've just been, trying to be with my family as much as possible over the last few days. I promise you I'll get to everybody again who has reached out and just want to say thank you again for there's only one word to describe it, and that's outpouring of support. It means so much to me to know that my family, it's not just my wife, it's not just my kids, it's not just my mom, and aunts, uncles, cousins. It's just such a beautiful thing to know that you have family all over the world and people that you've never met in person. And that's all of us. It's of all the things that I'm very proud of with Knicks Film School. The fact that we all feel like we're in this together. And it's, look, families have fights. We get into it sometimes. It's the best community I've ever been a part of, bar none. And just very thankful. And I'm thankful for you, Robert. Thank you so much. Debo, what's going on, Debo? Shout out to Deuce, Shamit, and Wright for quality minutes when things were looking dire. Cat, way to come up big when JB was not himself. Thank you, Hart and JB, for making clutch free throws. I think you nailed it all there, Debo. Obviously, I think we put Deuce in a little bit of a different category than Shamit and Wright because Deuce, I wrote before the series, I think it was before the series. Yeah, it was before the series. That Deuce for me was like salt, which is that you need it. You could argue it's the most important ingredient to a meal, but that too much could be overkill. And I was wondering, like, is there such a thing as too much Deuce in the series? I don't know if you can say that there's such a thing as too much Deuce after this game. He played 15 minutes. You could argue he should have played a lot more. He was a +7 in those 15 minutes. So yeah, Great job by him. And obviously all the other guys as well. Thank you, Debo. Adam Chase Noble. What's going on, Adam Chase Noble? The Josh Hart we all love showed up in that second half, rebounding like a man possessed. 1,000%. Josh Hart ended this game with 10 rebounds, 3 on the offensive glass, 7 on the defensive glass. Also, notably, 6 of 6 from the line. How about the Knicks going 27 of 30 from the charity stripe tonight? OG was 0 for 2. I think that was early on when I mentioned the butts were a little bit clenched. Pretty sure those two were in the first. Yeah, those were early on in the game. The Knicks didn't miss another free throw until Towns missed his and one free throw in the fourth quarter, and they actually got the offensive rebound after that. So, yeah, great stuff from Josh Hart. I'm looking to see. Hold on one sec. Hart had 4 rebounds at halftime, so we had 6 after halftime. Pretty good. Thanks, Adam. True statement. Formula for us to win is to be down by 20. I mean, the Pacers have their thing where they have 3, like there's, I forget what the stat was, like NBA teams all time in the playoffs are like 4 and like 1,000 whatever in situations where they're down by whatever it is, 7 or 8 points in the final minute, and the Pacers have 3 of those wins. I'd love to know what the stats are on teams that come back from being down 20 in a postseason. And don't forget, they were down. They were down. I mean, they were definitely down double digits in multiple Detroit games. They were down by 13 in game 4 against Boston? Like, this is just, I don't know, man. I don't know. This is who they are. Thanks, true statement. Alfie Greco, 96 Bulls or 2020-25 Knicks down 20 on the road. Oh my God, that's right. They've all been on the road. Both Boston games were on the road, and this game was on the road. What a great call by you, Alfie. That's a fantastic job. Yeah, you can't count them out. You can't count them out. Thank you, Alfie. Robert Cross with another one. First time, long time, it's your boy John. Cat with big moments in orange and blue on the road. You get him with space at the top of the key and let him go to work. Robert, yes, I agree with you. The interesting thing tonight is the fact that he got that space and he was playing with some non-shooters for multiple non-shooters for a period of that time. And then Josh Hart. Did Hart play the entire fourth quarter? Hold on. I got it right here. Enter. All right. Let's see here. Pretty sure. Yeah. Played the entire fourth. So Cat had all the points Cat scored were with Josh Hart on the floor. And we'll see if tips. We'll see if Carlisle makes an adjustment. Oh, sorry, I didn't see all of your yeses, Andrew. Thank you. Thanks, Robert. Luyen, thank you for the generosity, Luyen. Holy cow, how did they win that game? I don't know. Again, I know how they won it. Cat went crazy in the fourth quarter, and they played some of the best defense of the series. How they were down 10 after 3 quarters, I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. They were listless for 3.5 quarters. Well, they were listless for 3 quarters. No, they were listless for, let's say, 2.5 quarters. A little bit more than 2.5 quarters. They weren't listless for the last couple minutes of the second quarter, and they weren't listless for the last couple minutes of the third quarter. The rest of the game that they were listless. Okay. Anyway, huge bounce back for Cat in the fourth. What was up with the Shamet right minutes? Let's go Knicks. Tibbs searching. That's all. I would be utterly shocked if when Tibbs answered the question, when I'm sure somebody asked him about those minutes after the game, I'd be shocked if Tibbs' answers did not contain the word searching, because that's what he was doing. Thanks, Leon. Sam Garcia's dad, what's up, Ray? John, nothing this team does surprises me, but this surprised me. Hashtag Nixon6. You know, when they got down by 20 in the first half, I was like, I said to myself, all right, we're going to find out about the character of this team now. Because I thought there was a world where they lose by 40 and then it's, you know, I mean, we know what that would have been. And I said, they're down 20. Can they get back in this thing? And then when they close that second quarter like they did, I'm not going to sit here and be like, I thought they were going to win the game. I was thinking to myself, you know, there's a chance that was a blip on the radar and the Pacers take control. They get serious in the third quarter and this still ends up being a blowout. But when they did that, I was like, you know what? Wouldn't it be just like this team? Wouldn't it be just like this team? To take that little something, little sprout, little touch of green coming out of the dirt, coming out of the soil, and grow it into something bigger. Wouldn't it be just like this team? And they did. And here we are. Thanks, Ray. Hayden Freed, for you. Oh, man, this is really nice of you, dude. Hayden Freed, for you, Pat Macri. We needed that one on so many levels. Shout out to my dad. Shout out to Pat. I imagine he was watching this wherever he is right now. Hope he enjoyed it. And got to think maybe had a little something to do with it, too. Thank you, Hayden. That means a lot. Robert W. Cross with another one. First time, long time, it's your boy, John. We got some real nice contributions from Shaman and Wright. Need to note, Tibbs pushed the right buttons tonight. This is the Rorschach test. This is the Rorschach test. What do you see? Do you see a coach that pushed some buttons and got lucky? I don't know. Do you see a coach that was only in this position because he hasn't pushed the right buttons for the whole season? I don't know. Or do you see a coach that has a feel for what is required when it's required and had a sixth sense and that sense paid off tonight? I don't know. What I know is this team has not quit on this coach. I know that. I know they haven't quit on him. Say that. They haven't quit on him. They play hard for him, you know. So I don't know. Does that mean anything? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I have no idea. Thanks, Robert. First time, long time is right. Hutch Zoo, what's going on? We came back from 3 20-point leads now. What the hell is this team, man? Genuinely the most confusing team of our lifetime. Every emotion I let out today. What are they? What is this team? It's the question of the hour. I think it's a collection of incredibly talented individuals who individually are very prideful and are willing to make sacrifices. Maybe on their terms individually, some of them, and that want to be the best that they can be for the group, as part of the group. I think that there are things that get in the way of their ability to do that from time to time, and including self-inflicted issues. But there is something there that, like, is it the locker room from last year? No, it's not the locker room from last year. But they you know, a fractured locker room does not do that. Does not win that game. Does not pull that out. You know, they were 60 minutes from Cancun. You know, if they wanted to be. They were 60 minutes from Cancun if they wanted to be, and they decided collectively that they weren't ready to go yet. So whatever you want to say about what this team is, you can't call them quitters. They do not quit. They continue to fight. You know, do they let themselves get in the way of their ability to perform at an optimal level? Absolutely. Absolutely. But that's people for you. You know, they're human. And worth noting, this is their first go round together. I get it. They've played 90 some odd games, and that seems like a silly thing to say for this amount of time that they've played together. But, like, we watched a LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh Heat team evaporate into thin air or melt into a puddle, whatever you want, whatever chemistry analogy you want to use, in the finals. In the finals. With the greatest player of all time and one of the 25 greatest players of all time and one of the 75 greatest players of all time. You know, this team doesn't have that talent. But there's something there. Even though, again, this is their first go round. And I want to honor that. Because I believe it's important and it's noteworthy. All right. Thanks, Hush. Sam Garcia, what's going on, Sam? Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. Well, you and everybody else right now, man. You and everybody else. Thanks, Sam. Anthony Sixto, we ain't dead yet. Irrational positivity from here on out. Hashtag Nixon 7. I mean, that was my pregame or pre-series pick. Listen, game 4. You know, what are we going to get? Are we going to get the game 4 that the Knicks put on the Celtics, except with the shoe on the other foot? Or are we going to get the Knicks maybe saving their best game of this series for this game? We'll find out. I will say it again. Should have gone for the head. Should have gone for the head. Thanks, Anthony. Haitian Ferg, what's going on, Haitian? Cat showed his character. Still extremely frustrating to watch. This series is very much alive. Credit to the bench. Tibbs was forced and responded. Yeah, I mean, Tibbs was, again, he was out of options. He was out of options and, responded as such. Tonight for 2.5 quarters, more than 2.5 quarters, almost 3 quarters, was as frustrating a game as... I don't know if it was as frustrating a game as they've had in this playoffs because, again, the Pacers are so good and I have so much respect for the Pacers and what they do. And some of I know it seems like a million years ago, some of the Pistons games, like the 2 Pistons games they lost were 2 of the most frustrating games I've ever watched in my life. Truly. 2 of the most frustrating games I've ever watched in my life. For almost 3 quarters, this game was like close to that for me. Thanks, Asian. Jordan Miller, what's going on, Jordan? Game 3 thought Cat switched way too easily and didn't switch back when the opportunity presented itself. He was so much better. I think you mean game 2. He was so much better on switching tonight in the 4th quarter. Let's freaking go. I really want to go back and rewatch the Pacers' offensive possessions when Cat was in the game in the fourth quarter, I thought there was, I think what you pointed out in that. So, but is that a switch though? That a switch is a switch. A switch is like you switch and that's you've switched on the possession. That's it. This was like I guess it was like a switch and a switchback, but it was not. I mean, it was like a version of like a hedge and recover almost on some of the possessions. Like I could see the possessions in my mind as they were taking place. Again, that one that I highlighted sticks out to me. I want to go back and rewatch all of them because I don't, on first watch, it was just like, oh, this is awesome. The Pacers missed. And the Knicks play good defense. But I think you nailed something there, Jordan. I really do. I think you nailed something there. And again, why is this the most frustrating team of all time? Why is Cat one of the most frustrating NBA players of all time? Because we know he's capable of defensive possessions with that level of execution and commitment. He's capable. He's capable. He just has to do it all the time, preferably, or at least most of the time. Thanks, Jordan. I am AK Legend. I'm going to need some cornbread gummies to get through this series, LOL. Why do they always need to be down 20? News to look at something here. Let's go Knicks. Yeah, shout out to cornbread. Why do they need to be down? I mean, tonight it was just they had to find something. And what did they find? First, they found Deuce McBride, and then they found Karl-Anthony Towns. They found defense. Thanks, I am AK Legend. Alfie with another one. Thank you so much, Alfie. Appreciate you. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. Had no right to win this one, but huge credit to Tibbs for trusting his bench and to Cat for leading the way in the fourth. We aren't dead yet. I don't know that I would say they had no right to win this one, with all due respect to the Pacers shooting 5 of 25 from 3. That's very bad. I get it. It's not a good percentage. The Knicks defended tonight. The Knicks defended in the second half. The Knicks defended in the second half better than they've defended at any point in time in this series. So, and Towns was, I mean, I pointed out the decision-making from Carlisle in terms of how Towns was guarded. And I think that's a fair point. If you're not one of the 10-ish most gifted offensive players in basketball, you can't do that. And honestly, 10 might be too high. 5? 6? I don't know. Whatever. I feel like Bill Simmons here. Whatever the number is, it's a small number. Unless you're one of that small number, you can't do what Towns did in the fourth quarter. It doesn't matter who the fuck, how they're playing you. So Towns put them on his freaking back, and he brought him home. Legend stuff from Karl-Anthony Towns right there. Legend. Capital L. Legend stuff. Thank you, Alfie. Armand Bernadette, the most maddening team I've ever rooted for. What would even be second, Armand? Seriously, what would even be second? Yeah, they were like maddening, like crappy teams. I mean, 99 was like a version of maddening because they sucked for 4 months and then they went to the finals. But no, I mean, in my lifetime, there's no close second. It's them, and then there's an Ocean, and then whoever is your second most maddening team. Thanks, Armin. Frank Miranda. What's up, Mac? It's your boy Frank from Patreon. First and foremost, my condolences to you and your family. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Frank. That means a lot to me. And talk about friends and family. I hope you know, man, you're my brother from another mother. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I have loved getting to know you over these last few years. Loved. I do not say that word lightly. Just really appreciate that. Thank you. I can't believe it. Cat put his absolute best foot forward and possibly saved the season. Got to give him all the credit. Yeah, no, you look, Frank. Part of why I love you, we're often on the same page, and we were on the same page about Cat. We were on the same page. To me, it's like, how could you not be on the page that we were on? And now, Cat kind of lit fire to that page. He set a match to it, and it went up in smoke. And now here we are, for the moment, at least. For the moment. Thank you, Frank. Robert W. Cross, first time, long time. It's your boy John. Our fight in the second half, not giving up, not letting go of the rope, 40-plus years, and that is up there as a win for me as a fan. Let's go Knicks. Yeah, Robert, I haven't even been able to process it for long enough to say. I mean, the Knicks just made a 20-point comeback in the conference finals on the road to save their season. Let me say that again. I might change the order around again, or this time. The Knicks just made a 20-point comeback on the road to save their season in the conference finals. On paper, at the moment, let's say this. Here's what I'll say. At the moment, it has a chance to be the biggest Knick victory in the last 30 years. At this moment, it has a chance to be that, depending on how the rest of the series plays out. It also has a chance to be a footnote, depending on how the rest of the series plays out. So, let's see. We'll find out. That's all it is. We'll find out. Thank you, Robert. Jesse D, what's going on, Jesse? Whatever happens, really proud of this group tonight. Loved the Shamet defensive sequence when he shut down Nembhard. That was great. It was a great sequence. So happy you pointed that out. Thank you for that. Switched seamlessly on Obi and drew the foul. Fired up, and we never looked back. Yeah. So, my God. I just realized I haven't done stars of the game for either game 1 or game 2. Jeff J said all those wonderfully nice things about the Knicks Film School newsletter. I abandoned something that I had been doing game in, game out, no matter how bad the loss was, for like 3 or 4 years. That's how frustrated I was after game 1 and to a slightly lesser extent after game 2. But if we're doing stars of the game here, I think I would have to do Cat. Cat has to get 3 stars. I think I have to go OG with 2, Deuce with 1. Shamet's the biggest honorable mention. Honorable mention, with all due respect to Josh Hart. One guy we haven't talked about a lot is Mitchell Robinson. It was a quiet game for Mitch, like 6 rebounds, 3 offensive rebounds in 29 minutes. He was a +1 in 29 minutes. He had a block. He had a steal. I did not think Mitchell Robinson played a bad basketball game at all. It just wasn't a loud basketball game. But I didn't think it was bad. A couple of defensive possessions that were not ideal. But I didn't think it was bad. But yeah, I would go Shamet for my honorable mention. Thanks, Jesse. Hayden Freed with another one. Thank you again, Hayden. Finally, Tibbs put in the DeLon, Deuce, Landry, Josh, Carl lineup we've been begging for all year. Ben J of the stack. Hashtag back to the wall. Tibbs. Hashtag first to 4. Listen, man. Whatever it takes, right? To quote another line from Avengers. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Thanks, Hayden. RJS, thank you for the very generous contribution. Man, this is just, gosh. For Pat Macri, Knicks family for life. I got to tell you, RJS, and just wherever he is right now, I tell you, he appreciates the shout outs. I promise you, he appreciates the shout outs. It means something to him. All right. Thank you, RJS. That's just incredibly kind. Ashwin, hold on, get this right. Sridharan. I hope I got that correct. Thank you. Incredibly generous contribution from you. Thank you. Rest in peace to your pops, Macri. Depths of despair to elation. It's a series. Go Knicks. Thank you again, Ashwin. That means a lot. Depths of despair. Whew. Again, I'm gonna just I'll lay it all out there because we're all family here, right? I was dreading this game all day. Not and to be very clear, not dreading like, oh no, the Knicks could go down 0-3 tonight. No. I was dreading the experience of having to sit and watch this game. And I not that I was like convinced that they would play poorly, but like I was so down and so broken by games 1 and 2. And like the way that they like it was almost it was such a weird thing because like game 1 was game 1, you know, we don't have to rehash that, but then there was this weird, like in a weird way, like game 2, I don't know, there was something about the way those games unfolded in the order that they unfolded that made it like it felt like that was the hardest possible emotional gut punch that if like you play out 100 scenarios, like that scenario was the worst of the 100, how it played out. I can't explain why, but I felt it in my gut. And again, I've got some stuff going on, but I felt it. And so I was just like, I said to him, we were in the city today after we saw the movie. We were walking around Central Park, and then we got some ramen. And I said to my wife, I'm like, man, I said to Dolores, I said, I wish there wasn't a Knick game tonight. You know, that's where I was. That's where I was. Am I ashamed of that? No, because I'm human. But I do feel badly about it because I've said it so many times, and I've said it as in like I've said like you, all of us, we have to do this. Like we owe this team our full emotional investment, no matter what happens from here. How many times have I said that? No matter what happens from here, we owe this team our full emotional investment. And I backed out of that contract today. You know, I backed out of that contract today. And honestly, I backed out of that contract after game 1 because I was so devastated, and I was more devastated after game 2. So I backed out of that contract, and my emotions were not in it from tip-off tonight. And I, you know, I don't know. I wish I was better. I don't know what else to say. I feel badly, and I wish I was better, but I'm human. We're all human. And here we are. Ashwin, I don't know how you got me going down that diatribe, but I apologize. Thanks, Ashwin. And thank you for the kind words as well. Altered Yeast, what's going on, Altered? What a weird-ass game. Fun continues. Here for it. Yes, we're all here for it. Giddy up. Jessica, what's going on, Jessica? How are you? I don't know if you saw my note. Started reading the book. Love it. I think I'm like 60 pages in now. Put the broom emojis away. The Knicks survive another day. Let's go Knicks. Let's hope this series echoes the other choke series that the Knicks won. Well, that would be nice, wouldn't it? That would be nice. I'm thinking of another conference finals. I'm thinking of a conference finals from 1993, 32 years ago, when the Knicks were up 2-0 in the conference finals. And Michael Jordan and the Bulls came back to win it in 6 games. Now, we don't have Michael Jordan on our team, but you never know. Thank you, Jessica. Rich McLeod. Of course, Rich McLeod. How you doing, Rich? This stupid, awful, wonderful, infuriating, amazing, ridiculous fucking basketball team. Probably could have got a couple more adjectives in there, Rich, but those will do. Those will do. Thank you. Fuddy, what's going on, Fuddy? How are you, man? Hands down, the grittiest Knicks win I can remember. I'm lightheaded. I legit look like my meme now. Crazy watching your season saved in such dramatic fashion. Shouts to Larry Johnson just because basketball is beautiful. Grittiest Knick win. It might be. Was Game 4 against Boston gritty, or was that just Jalen Brunson being an MVP? But if that was Jalen Brunson being an MVP, then this was Karl-Anthony Towns being playing like an MVP. The grit part of it is so weird here because to say this came out of nowhere, like when Deuce went on that personal 7-0 run that I'm not misremembering. That I think that's when it was like a switch flipped. And I'm actually, hold on. Give me 1 second. I want to go back and look here. 78 to 70. So the total amount of time from 78 to 63 between when Deuce scored his first basket and when Deuce made the 3 to put them within 8, it went from a 15-point lead to an 8-point lead in the span of 1 minute and 11 seconds. In 1 minute and 11 seconds, the lead went from 15 to 8. I think that's why, for me, because that was the run. That was the moment. Because, 15 points is not a lot in the NBA the way the game is played today. But there was nothing the Knicks were doing. It's like, you talk about grit here, David. Grit is like in situations where there's like a team that's up by double digits and then they're throwing haymakers and then you're coming down and you're throwing haymakers and you're playing great defense, but maybe it's better offense and then yada, yada. No, this was like the Knicks were defecating all over themselves for large portions of this game, including and up till the majority of the third quarter. But they, midway to the last third of the fourth, started doing hanging around defensively a little bit. And it's like, okay. And then the Deuce run, again, a minute and 11 seconds. A minute and 11 seconds. And then it's like, whoa, this is an 8-point game. What, how? And then even though it got up to 10, okay, even 10. It's like, okay, 10 you can live with. And then Cat does what he does. And before you know it, it's a game. It's just absolutely wild. Thanks, Fuddy. ML Nair, what's going on, ML? Josh demonstrated why you want him on the court at the end of the game. What has Benji Ritholtz been saying for 2 years? I love Josh Hart. Josh Hart's a wonderful player. Josh Hart is ideally a 25 to 30 minute a game player. Now, sure as shit, how many minutes did Josh Hart play tonight? 34. But he was out there when you wanted him to be out there. You could argue that it should have been 29 because the stretch where the Pacers went on that 13-0 run, Josh Hart was out there. Now, that I don't think that was his fault, but he was out there. So, yeah. Anyway, you want him out there at the end. Thanks, ML. Graham Elliott, what's going on, Graham? Making the 4-hour drive to Indy for Game 4. Where are you coming from? 4-hour drive to Indy. I'm curious. What's 4 hours away from Indy? This team, good for you though. This team deserves it. Shamet, Deuce, Towns, Hart, everyone fights. The ability to win that Brunson game speaks volumes. That Hart rebound. Yeah, we'll remember that Hart rebound until the end of time, along with Cat's 20-point fourth quarter. It's a great point. You won that Brunson game. It's the worst game. You could argue, given the circumstances, You could argue, given the circumstances, it's the worst game that Jalen Brunson has played as a Knick. I know he only had 3 turnovers. You know, he scored more points than shot attempts. You know, he got to the line. He made 10 of 10 from the free throw line. You could argue it was his worst game as a Knick when you factor in the defense too. And they won. Thanks, Graham. Robert W. Cross with another one. Thank you, Robert. First time, long time. It's your boy John. We up. Defense leads to offense. We can do this. This is New York. Keep fighting. Never give up. We can do this. Hashtag. We built for this. Your lips to God's ears, Robert. Your lips to God's ears. Franco Davey. What's going on, Franco? How are you, my friend? Condolences to you and your family, John. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for all you give to Knicks fans everywhere. I am a Tibbs guy. I love rooting for a Tibbs team. This fucking team. Again, it's my absolute pleasure. You know, as I mentioned the other night, my dad was pretty proud of what I've been able to do here at Knicks Film School. Being a Tibbs guy, I don't know. Do the Tibbs supporters, do we take a bow tonight? I don't know. I'm not being facetious. Do we take a bow tonight? I don't know. I think you could argue, you know, you could argue either way. I'm proud of my coach. I still think he's a good coach. Never stopped thinking he was a good coach. You know, see what he's got cooking up for game 4. Thanks, Franco. Very generous of you. Thank you. Dom the dentist. That one was for your dad. Hashtag rest in peace. I'm actively being blown away by all of this. Thank you so much, Dom. My mom, we were down, you know, we were talking the other night, and she mentioned your super chat, and like, you know, thank you. That's all I'll say. Thank you. Zip Davis, what's going on, Zip? I'll never stop believing. Go Knicks, go KFS. Hey, Macri, another win means another ooh-wee. I petered out there at the end. That's okay. Jason M, what's going on, Jason? How you doing? I'm gonna have. Well, there'll be another halftime Zoom. Cat is the most confusing player I have ever seen. Yes. His highs are so high and his lows are so low. He needs a lot of usage to justify his shortcomings. What a great observation, because in theory, Cat is the sort of player that can help you on offense, even if he doesn't touch the ball, his mere presence. I'm not sure that's necessarily been the case here in New York. Although his plus-minus numbers all year certainly speak to a guy who is just very helpful by his mere presence. I agree with you, Jason. I agree with you. To justify, to fully, because it's not enough for him to be, you know, we say the same thing about Deuce McBride, right? Deuce McBride, even if he's not touching the ball, his value is there because teams have to guard him. Cat's shortcomings are more significant than that. Than Deuce McBride doesn't really have many shortcomings. Cat does. So it's not enough to have his presence out there. And that's why you're right. And that's why this is such a smart point by you. He needs to be actively helping you on the offensive end of the floor. Now, that said, he could play like he played in the fourth quarter for like the majority of like every game. And when he's at his worst defensively, it still feels like an even trade-off. You need the defensive piece from Cat. And when I say the defensive piece, I mean he needs to just be decent. And he was better than decent in the fourth quarter, but he needs to be at least decent. Thank you, Jason. Robert W. Cross, all over this one tonight. Thank you again, Robert. First time, long time. It's your boy, John. Cat with 24 and 15. Didn't even realize he had 15 rebounds. Couple of real big boy rebounds, by the way, for Karl-Anthony Towns. Gonna say this. It is up to Brunson to get him going. This balance, symmetry is critical going forward. Oh, man, the eternal question. What gets Cat going? Does the coach need to get him going with the play calling? Does the starting point guard need to get him going? Does he need to get himself going? Does the opposing coach need to have a hand in getting Karl-Anthony Towns going? I was going to be really harsh on Cat before that fourth quarter coming on here, and my main criticism was the two things that we've said about Karl-Anthony Towns the most this season, or at the very least recently especially. This is a guy who's making over $50 million a year and is supposed to be your second best player. Shout out to John Schmielk. He texted me something which got me thinking along these lines earlier tonight. And yet the two things that you found yourself asking about him the most are, how do we deal with this, XYZ negative thing? But how do we deal with? And then second question, how do we activate? How do we actualize? How do we, and when you're asking that question about your second best player, like, how do we get him going? How do we fully utilize, look around at the best players in the league, the guys who make all NBA teams, the vast majority of them, you don't need to ask that question about because they are superstars because they get themselves going. Cat is among the exceptions to that rule. And you could tell me, well, yeah, it's because he plays center. Okay, Nikola Jokic plays center. No one wants to hear this, but Joel Embiid plays center. Nobody ever needed to get Joel Embiid going. It was great, but no one needed to get him going. And that's again, those guys won MVPs. So I'm not saying Cat is that level of player. He's not, obviously, but just to be like, well, he's a center, he can't get himself going. Obviously, you can get yourself going if you're a center. It's possible. What we saw tonight in the fourth quarter was Cat getting himself going. Did the defensive coverage help a little bit? Absolutely. But Cat got himself going. So while I do not disagree with your sentiment, Robert, and that it is incumbent upon Brunson to be a factor in this quest to get the most out of this player, Cat himself is the most important person in his quest. Which should go without saying, frankly. Should go without saying. Thank you, Robert. Oh my God, what are you doing? My mom, Christ. Oh, gosh. Marcia Carousel, great team effort by the Knicks. Thank you, Mom. I don't know why you did this. Everybody knows you're my biggest fan already. You don't need to send a super chat to do this. God. Thank you. Listen, if I start thanking my mom for all the things that she needs to be thanked for, we'll be here until 5 a.m. Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning, Thursday morning, next Thursday. Still, so rather than go through all of that, I will just say thank you, Mom, for the super chat. I don't know what I did to deserve you as a mom. I know you feel like you don't know what you did to deserve me as a son, but that's because you're my mom. You have to say that. And you have to, it's easy for you to think that. I'm the lucky one. Thank you. Hayden Freed, right off the bat, I'm going to use language that my mom doesn't like. Fuck Reggie Miller. What a disgrace to the profession. What did he do tonight? I mean, I had the sound on the whole game. I wasn't really... Nothing he said really stuck out, but maybe I missed something. Thanks, Hayden. Richard David, what's going on, Richard? First ever win in the conference finals that I have seen. Congratulations. If we could do it once, we could do it twice. Put our heads down and go to work in the next one. I mean, you want to talk about an anticipated game now? Oh, boy. Ooh, boy. Tuesday night, baby. Tuesday night. Mark your calendars. It's coming. It's coming. Thanks, Richard. Jason Kirsch. What's going on, Jason? Tibbs lineup change in the first half. Worst of all time. In the second half, best of all time. At least you're honest. Needless to say, it was the same lineup. We finally experimented and it worked out. We needed to learn. Yeah, listen, like that, and I think your super chat is the heart of why I defend one of the hearts. There's many hearts. I've spoken about them too much because nobody cares. But one of the hearts of the reason why I defend the head coach, which is that by definition, that if you do something as a head coach, whatever, it doesn't matter what decision you make. If it doesn't work out, you're going to open yourself up to criticism. It's just that's the nature of the beast. And so I feel like now there are definitely process-based, big process-based critiques of Tibbs, including, by the way, going to this crazy-ass lineup in the first half. But none of it ever comes out of the blue. None of it is ever on a whim. None of it isn't backed by some sort of evidence. So yeah. And tonight, what can we say? Tibbs had a good night tonight. Thanks, Jason. Stevens Guillaume, it's not over. One game at a time. Yeah, I'm sure that's how they're looking at it. They're still down in the series. I know they'll approach game 4 like they're still down in the series, but see what happens. Thanks, Stevens. Happy they're getting a game at MSG. I'll say that. Duran visual variant. That win cost me $140. So worth it. Doing the same for game 4. I love it, man. Let me say this. They showed the live in-game lines or whatever. Shout out to our friends at Fanatics Sportsbook. But I guess it started out as like a Pacers favored by 2, and then at some point when the Knicks were down, it was like they showed it was like Pacers by 13.5. The line obviously had changed. I was like, huh. And I saw that. I'm like, the Knicks are either going to come back and win this game or they're going to lose by 40 or 30 or whatever. I didn't bet either one. Thank you, Duran. Danilo Peralta. What's going on, Danilo? Cat for Mama Towns on Dominican Mother's Day. Is today really Dominican Mother's Day? Is that a real thing? Holy shit. Look at that. I wonder, did he say anything about that after the game? That's a great job by you, Danilo, knowing that. Obviously, Cat, sadly, shout out to, parents that we've lost. Cat lost his mom in tragic fashion, during COVID. And he was incredibly close with his mom. And I had no idea that yesterday now, as we're saying, this Sunday was Dominican Mother's Day. Oh, wow. I wonder if he was asked about that or said anything about it after the game. Kev, GMAC, if one of you wants to try to look and, see, let me know. Thanks, Danilo. Hush Zoo, what's going on, Hush? Got to give the big man credit. Credit Tibbs, threw the kitchen sink out there, made the changes, tried new stuff, and got some good stuff out of it. Big credit. Yeah, look, you're a coach. You win the game, you get credit. You lose the game, you get all the blame. It's part of it's as Stan Van Gundy said, it's the nature of the business. It's the nature of the business. Tonight, worked out in his favor. So good for him. Thanks, Hush. Dom Cappuccini. I know Dom's happy tonight. One game at a time. One game at a time. One game at a time. My bad for allowing myself to do the offseason talk halfway through the third. One fucking game at a time. Let's go Knicks. Dom, you were the only one, Dom. Don't worry about it. You're in good company. Well, you're in company. I don't know if it's good company. You're in company. I'll say that. Thank you, Dom. Aunt Rich, my goodness. Thank you for the generosity. People tonight, man. Wow. Thank you so much. Even when he's having one of his worst games, Brunson comes off the bench to hit a massive shot and then hit his free throws. His mental toughness is off the charts. I gave credit to Tibbs for leaving the defensive lineup out there for a while after Brunson had picked up his 5th foul. I thought he brought Brunson in at the correct time. If anything, maybe he could have brought him in a possession earlier. The possession immediately prior to him bringing Brunson in, Deuce got a shot. Hold on. Where is it? Why can't I find it? Oh, I'm in the wrong freaking quarter, you idiot. You moron. Brunson enters. There it is. Okay. So the possession before Brunson entered. So McBride got a 3 that was a good look, I thought. It was a good. Oh, wait, no, that was a really good look, actually. Hold on. Was that the. Yeah, that was the Bridges at the rim, blocked, offensive rebound hard. McBride got a good look from 3, missed it. So, yeah, you could say it from that perspective. They brought him in at the perfect time and made the one shot. And then I thought Nesmith deserves a lot of credit for his defensive play on the second Brunson shot attempt. I thought it was a great defensive play. I thought it was a great move by Brunson. It was a good shot attempt by Brunson. Went out of bounds. And then I actually thought Brunson generated what seemed like a good attempt as the clock was going down. I don't think it hit rim. It seemed like a solid attempt, though. And then obviously the 2 free throws. Okay. Yeah, but great job hitting that shot in the free throws. Thank you so much, Aunt Rich. And then here is Karl-Anthony Towns on playing on Dominican Mother's Day with his mother being from DR. Thanks, Kev, for finding this. It just meant a lot that I was able to play on a day like today. Obviously, I didn't know my mom was expecting a game like tonight, but I'm just happy that this team is able to get a win on her day. This question was asked by Stan Verrett on SportsCenter, so shout out to Stan Verrett for the question. Thanks, Ant. Jason Kirsch with another one. Seriously questioning Brunson's leadership ability after this. This team needs to remove weight off his shoulders and a lot of problems get fixed. I have many questions in life. I question why I don't like the taste of peanut butter. I question, how to be a good dad. Question why I devote myself to this basketball team sometimes. I do not question Jalen Brunson's leadership ability. Does he carry a lot of weight? Sure, but that's part of what makes him special. Do I think weight needs to be removed off his shoulders? Maybe, on the court, that's a perfectly fair argument to make. Does he need some help? Yeah, he needs help. That's for shit sure. He needs help. I do not question his leadership abilities. Thanks, Jason. Randall Girl 11. What's going on, Randall Girl? Shamit on TJ may be a series changer. He's a pest. Like TJ's a pest. Shamit's a pest. And TJ McConnell tonight, for most of this game, was, you want to talk about automatic? I mean, the dude finished 5 of 9, 5 of 8 from 2, and then he got to the line once and hit both of his free throws. Yeah, maybe Shamet helps out in that respect. I mean, I certainly imagine Shamet gets a look in the next game. He should. Thanks, Randall Girl 11. Josso Focus, what's going on? First and last one. Sorry. Almost 1:30 in the morning. This is the Tibbs game. Way to use your bench finally. I'm not going to be satisfied until we get past that 4th win, JM. No excuses. They're back in the series. They're back in the series. You know, you're supposed to be the better team in the series. If you came into the series being like, hey, we have to win 3 out of 4 games against the Pacers. Could we win 3 out of 4 games against the Pacers? The Knicks should have been able to be like, yeah. Yeah, we could win 3 out of 4 games against the Pacers. Well, go do it. Go do it. Is it the Tibbs game? I think it's the cat game. You know, I think it's the cat game. Did Tibbs push the right buttons tonight? Turns out he did, you know, which is great. And I'm happy for him, obviously, and you know, but he doesn't care until they get 7 more. Be cool if they got the chance. Thanks, Joe. Hutch Zoo. Even if we lost, no way I could put any blame on Tibbs. Big respect to him anyway. I'm still in an odd headspace with this team. Win game 4, and I'm back fully. I'll just to go back to something I spoke about a few minutes ago. I fell off the wagon. I'm gonna try to get back on right now and recommit. No matter what this team does from here on in, they deserve our respect. They deserve our commitment, and they deserve our attention. I mean, again, 20-point comeback on the road with your season on the line in the conference fucking finals. With your best player in foul trouble and shooting 6 of 18 for the game. What more can you say? What else? I mean, what more can you say? Thanks, Hush. TJ2K. The heart attacks are our culture. Hashtag 3 to go. It's their DNA, man. It's their DNA. Thanks, TJ. Givmo. What's going on, Givmo? You could see game 1 hanging over them like a cloud. Solution, put in guys who didn't play in game 1. Well done, Tibbs. Givmo, that's as good a reason as any. Seriously, that's as good a rationale as any. And yeah, could you see game 1 hanging over their heads? Did game 1 hang over their heads in game 2? Maybe it did. Maybe it did. I don't know. Either way, I never thought in a million years anything in this series could like make me forget about game 1. I gotta tell you, tonight, I'm past game 1. I'm past it. This exorcised the demons, as they say. Thank you, Gizmo. Dom Cappuccini. This playoff run not been the perfect reflection of a weird 51-win season? Thanks for the win, New York. Yeah. 100%. It's the only way they could have gone about this playoff run. The only way. The only way. Great comment, Dom. So, I mean, it's like obvious, but like also like super smart. Ant Rich with another one. My God, Ant, thank you again so much. I need the contact info for Kenny Smith's tailor and facialist. I have no idea what you're referencing, which is probably for the best because anytime it went away from the action tonight, I muted the TV and went into the other room where my family was. So again, I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't turn on the TV until 8:01. I turned off the TV as soon as the game was over, and obviously I had to do this. So I have no idea what you're talking about, but good luck getting that. Thanks, Ant. Parrish Duggar, Caitlin Clark bust Natasha's ass. Anyway, homie, Yes. Thank you, Parrish. Jeff, oh goodness. Ignasic? I hope I got that right. Death is coming for us all, but not today. Gutsy win. Not today. Not today. Yeah, no, not today. Thanks, Jeff. Jason with another one. I think someone in the Knicks organization has to put out a public statement on the refs. It's borderline criminal. I wonder if Tibbs said something about it after the game. My guess is because they won. He probably didn't. I thought the refereeing was bad tonight. Thought it was bad. Thanks, Jason. Uptown Hoodie. The whistle was heinous. Shocked the conscience. Yeah, heinous. Was it heinous? You know what? Might have been heinous. It was a really bad whistle. I was so frustrated with the team that I wasn't even getting bothered by the whistle, but like the whistle was really bad. So they won a game of 5-on-8 tonight. Yeah. Thanks, Uptown Hoodie. Robert W. Cross. First time, long time. It's your boy John. The comeback started with defense and fight. Yeah, the comeback. Yeah, I mean, I think the comeback started with, look. The shoe's on the other foot, right? After game one, all we could talk about is everything the Knicks didn't do or everything the Knicks failed at in allowing the Pacers to come back and win that game. And we were right. In Pacerland, all they were talking about was all the amazing, magical, majestic things that the Pacers did to come back and win the game. Tonight, we are sitting here talking about all the amazing, majestic, magical things the Knicks did to come back and win this game. Starting with, as you say, defense and fight. In Pacerland, I guarantee you, they are talking about nothing but all the things that the Pacers didn't do or affirmatively did in a negative sense to allow the Knicks to come back and win this game. It's how this shit goes. So the truth, as always, lies somewhere in between. Thank you, Robert. Jason with another one. Shamit, quick pull-up three. So helpful to space. Yeah, I mentioned the three before. It came in the second quarter. I thought he actually had another opportunity to shoot a three that he bypassed, and I thought he should have shot it. I'm pretty sure it either led to a turnover or a worse shot. Yeah, I mean, if Shamit's out there, he should shoot it, and he's a good shooter. So there you go. Thanks, Jason. Appreciate that. David Crockett, what's going on, David? How you doing, man? Peace to the playback crew. I've not heard a minute of broadcast play-by-play. I watch the feed and listen to you all articulate my emotions, so I don't have to. Yeah, I tonight I dipped out of the playback. I will see if I go back in on Tuesday. I'm sure they were awesome tonight. They're awesome all the time. I love that we have playback. I love that we're able to do that for our fans. It's a much better listening experience, frankly. And yeah, it's pretty cool. Thanks, David. Appreciate you, man. Henry C. What do we say to the God of Death? Not today, motherfucker. Not today. It's weird. We don't know how this game is going to age. We don't know how it's going to age. Did they hold off Death for a day or 2 days, or I guess 4 days, whatever. However many days it is. Did they hold off Death for a certain amount of days, or does this have more meaning than that? We'll see. We'll find out. Thanks, Henry. Dom with another one. Thank you, Dom. How about the fact that we did exactly what they did to us last year in Game 3 in the same spot? This comeback was a little more improbable, LOL. Indy still has leverage, but I think the Knicks and Cat woke back up. Take Game 4 now. If I recall correctly, I think we had last year. Let's see how good I am. Let's see how good my memory is. I'm going to say we had a 12-point lead in. Hold on. What did I do? Why did I go away from that freaking page? I'm going to say we had a 12-point lead in game 3. Let's see how close I am. Largest lead. Where's team stats? Come on. 9. So I was a little off. They had a 9-point lead. So yeah, this was a little bit more improbable. It was a little bit bigger comeback, but a good throwback, good callback, Tom. Z Raheem, what's going on, Z? We needed that one as a community. I'm gonna get back to that in a second. Let me read the rest of your super chat. And I'm so happy they won this one for you, John. Come on. You deserve this more than anyone for being there for us every game. My condolences to you and your family. 1, thank you so much for offering those condolences. 2, none of us deserve, there are people out there with really dire circumstances and dealing with real hard stuff. This win was for all of us. Anyone who needed this win, I'm happy you got it. It's wonderful. Z, as far as your first comment, we needed that one as a community. I think, and I didn't vocalize this. I didn't articulate this well at the start because I was honestly so shocked. As the fourth quarter was going on, that's, I think, what I was thinking. I was thinking about how important it was, if it was important for Knicks Nation, for all of us here at KFS, certainly all of extended KFS family, you included, everybody included. How much do we need this? To regardless of what happens over the rest of the series, just as almost as like a reminder, like we weren't idiots. Like I know I said we made the relationship analogy at the top. We were not idiots for investing in this team, investing real emotions in this team. So I that's my favorite thing that anyone has said all night, Z. I really do feel like we needed this one as a community, and I'm angry. I was angry. I feel really Richard Gere and Pretty Woman. I was angry. I was angry at them after game 1. I'm thankful and appreciative after this game 3. Thank you, Z. Z with another one. Call an ambulance, but not for me. That's good. I like it. James Morgan, Knicks in 6. We're so effing back, Macri. I picked Knicks in 7. So listen, if they win it in 6, shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. Thanks, James. Hazu with another one. DeLon is nothing flashy, but I like his steadiness. Yeah, man. Again, bad job by me. Great job by anybody who pushed for DeLon Wright after game 2. I called it, like, not that I called it ridiculous. It was that I was like, I think I verbalized this the way that I wanted to. Like, that wasn't the thing to complain about. There were so many other things to be bothered by and to complain about that we shouldn't be sitting here talking about DeLon Wright. Was DeLon Wright the difference in this game? Was he a difference in this game? I don't know. But he didn't hurt them. I know he didn't hurt them. And if anything, he helped. And he made a basket. Thought the defense was solid. So shout out to him. Thanks, Hush. Dom with another one. My buddy Dom Cappuccini. He's always here. Rest in peace, Pat Macri. Love you, John, and the fam. From me and my family. Let's freaking go Knicks. Thank you again. Thank you, Dom. And to everyone. I love you too, man. I think I've said this before. You're the best Knicks fan I know. Just full stop. You're just everything you bring to the table, dude. You care so much. So means a lot coming from you. I'll say that. Thank you, Dom. Adam Austin, what's going on, Adam? The cat experience is going to give me an aneurysm. Just one? I went from we can't survive with this guy on our team to how do we win this game without him? Again, what other look at the all NBA teams that just came out. Hold on. Here we go. I'm going to pull it up right now. 2024-25 all NBA teams. I'm just going to read off, the people that got on. So Giannis, SGA, Jokic, Donovan Mitchell, Jason Tatum. About any of those guys, do you ever find yourself saying, how could we survive with this guy on the floor right now? No. Second team, Brunson, Curry, Anthony Edwards, LeBron James, Evan Mobley. Do you ever say about any of those guys, we can't survive with this guy on the floor right now? No. Third team, Cade Cunningham, Tyrese Halliburton, James Harden, Karl-Anthony Towns, and Jalen Williams. Okay, in fairness, there were definitely some times in the playoffs this year where Thunder fans may have been asking themselves, oh boy, we can't survive with Jalen Williams on the floor right now. And then James Harden as well. Obviously, he's been doing it his whole career. I don't know. Is Karl-Anthony Towns the big man version of James Harden? He's probably a little bit better than that. In the postseason, as far as his postseason resume, maybe a little bit better than Harden's regular season resume. Obviously not, because he hasn't won an MVP and made a billion all NBA teams. But so then maybe, you know what? Maybe I'm being a little unfair. Maybe it is kind of soon that you could start asking some of these questions about some really talented players. And he's one of them. Thanks, Adam. Adam with another one. Also, John, sorry for your loss. Thank you so much, Adam. I appreciate it. I want you to know that I am going to pass on all of these condolences to my dad's wife, Patricia, down in Florida. Shout out to her. She's, it's been, they've been together off and on for goodness, 56 years. There were some interludes in there, which is where I came from. But yeah, no, shout out to Patricia down in Florida, and also my brother Chris, who my half brother Chris. But he's a big Knicks fan, and we've become closer over the years because of Knicks Film School, which I'm very appreciative of. And we were texting all night tonight, which I'm sure my dad would have liked. Thanks, Adam. Mark, what's going on, Mark? What are you doing, you crazy man? If there is a spike in cardiologist visits in the tri-state area, no need to speculate. It's because of this effing team. Deuce understood what was on the line, and I loved the effort from Shamet and Wright. I just love all the shout outs that Deuce is getting, and Shamet and Wright, but not critiquing you, Mark. Just in general, we got to give some love to OG Anunoby too. Again, the Knicks are not in this game without OG Anunoby's shot making through the first three quarters. I don't even know if OG Anunoby attempted a shot in the fourth quarter of this game. But yeah, no, shout out to to all those guys. Because yeah, what did OG do in the fourth quarter here? He had a block. He had an assist. 2 assists? 2 assists. 2 assists and a block. How about that? Were those his only 2 assists in the game? If so, he picked a good time. Yeah, his only 2 assists in the game in the fourth quarter. How about that? Go figure. Anyway, thanks, Mark. Appreciate you, man. Graham Elliott, the Shamet drawn charge. That is when I felt a win. Why is that? Oh, no, I wrote that down. Hold on. That was that was right before the deuce run. That was right before, or right in the midst of the deuce run in the third quarter. Yeah, great call. Thanks, Graham. Jason with another one. Brunson needs to use picks better and dribble closer. That's an interesting one because we always criticize that guys don't maybe set as good, like Cat doesn't set as good a screen as he needs to. We used to criticize Mitch doesn't set as good a screen as he needs to. We always praised Hardenstein for the great screens that he set. Does Brunson maybe need to be a little bit better at using the screens? It's something to consider. Something to consider. Thanks, Jason. D Zilla, what's going on, D? I said Cat isn't a winning player, but here we are. I don't know. He's inconsistent, but showed up. Many said Bridges wasn't worth it, but here we are. Hashtag Nixon 6. The journey that we've gone on in this postseason, relitigating or reconsidering, reanalyzing, whatever, the Bridges trade and the Cat trade. And going kind of back and forth. And with Bridges, it kind of came all the way back around towards the end of the Boston series. This series, I don't, even tonight, like Bridges did make some big plays here. Some big defensive plays, possessions in the fourth quarter for sure. I think Bridges' postseason right now is up in the air. I think Towns' postseason right now is up in the air for as great as tonight was, or last night, I should say, was. Both of those guys, it could go either way right now in terms of like, what is our final opinion going to be of the Cat trade, of the Bridges trade? What is our final opinion going to be of the OG Anunoby contract? The OG contract looks great right now, right? After tonight, great game. But there's been back and forth on that. So, it's wild that this team is in the conference finals, just had this amazing win, knocked off Boston, the whole thing. And yet we could sit here and be like up in the air in terms of, did they do the right thing with all these different things? We'll see. Thanks, D. Matt G, I was going to say Cat isn't a 16-game player, but listen, this was the best moment of Karl-Anthony Towns' postseason career. Full stop. It was the best moment of his postseason career. So let's hope he could build on it. Thanks, Matt. Mike Lasowski, what's going on, Mike? Thank you so much for the generous contribution here. JM, I want to say I'm sorry to hear about your dad. Thank you so much. Truly. Thoughts and prayers. I lost my dad. Oh, no. I lost my dad unexpectedly in November and still grieving. So I know how it is. I think Pat put in a good word for the Knicks tonight. Mike has one more, which I'll read. Credit to Tibbs tonight for using his bench. Wright and Shamet definitely played a key factor in this win. Absolutely. Why can't we see Cat that aggressive more often? I mean, you heard me, Mike. I'm not going to repeat myself. I basically went on that little diatribe before talking about sometimes you got to get yourself going, and Cat did that tonight. And as you say, Pacers have nobody that can check him when he plays that way. Look, let us be fair. Karl-Anthony Towns on offense was brilliant. Capital B, brilliant in game one. And again, I could sit here and I could kill his defense in game one. We saw the clip with him and OG on the bench, and there were a couple of plays there, whatever. It should not have come down to his defense. And in fact, to me, whatever defensive miscues he made at the end of that game pale in comparison to Brunson throwing a pass that he should have never thrown. So overall, brilliant offensive game in game one, which should have been enough. Best fourth quarter performance by a Knick in a playoff game, up there with any that you could remember, including anything Brunson's done in the last 3 years. And he had a blah game two. and he had a bad first 3 quarters tonight. So, it's a mixed bag. The highs have been incredibly high. The lows have been low. This is what kind of player he is. As for losing your dad, back in November and still grieving, as I take a sip of bourbon, that's my way of grieving. He says half jokingly. I said to my wife today, still waiting to feel the full brunt of this. And my wife, being the very gifted therapist that she is, just said everybody grieves in different ways. So yeah. I'll, I guess, check back with me in 6 months. I don't really know what else to say. But I'm sorry for your loss. And thank you so much for the generosity here and for sharing some of your story as well. Thank you, Mike. Chris Hall, what's going on, Chris? Love the rotations tonight. Completely agree. Can't figure out why it took so long. Just shows we should have far sooner. Help me understand, Mac. KFS for life. Because Tibbs, I don't know, he listens to idiots like me who laughed off the idea of playing Landry Shamet and DeLon Wright. No, I mean, look, in terms of let's go one at a time. There was the starting lineup change. Did the starting lineup change work? We said it before. The original starting lineup tonight played 3.5 minutes and they outscored the Pacers by 9. What does that tell you? The new starting lineup was okay. It was okay. It's fine. They outscored the Pacers by 1 in 13 minutes and change. I think what you learned tonight, or what I learned tonight, because you usually look at Knicks lineup data for a game and you'll see one lineup that played 20 some odd minutes, and then you'll see another lineup that played 13, 12, 11, 12, 13, 14, sometimes 14 minutes. And then you'll maybe see a third lineup that maybe, got or a few different lineups that got 5 and change and then down from there. In this game, the most used lineup, the starting lineup, they played just under 14 minutes. That's nothing for a Tibbs starting lineup. And then the second most used lineup tonight, which was the starting line which was Anunoby, Towns, Hart, Bridges, McBride. That lineup only played less than 5.5 minutes. They had 3 lineups that played between 5 minutes and 5.5 minutes, and then 1, 2, 3 lineups that played between 3 and 3.5 minutes, and then a bunch of little lineup the number of they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lineups tonight. 7 different lineup configurations. 7 different lineup configurations that played under 2 minutes. So to me, I guess to answer your question, why did it take so long? Tibbs got to a point of desperation. Tibbs got to a point where he was like, I got to search for something. I got to look for something. I got to try to figure out something. Now, why did he not uncover, DeLon Wright and Landry Shamet earlier than now? I think indirectly you're kind of asking a campaign question. And if you want to tell me that the leash was too long on campaign in this postseason, I think that's fair. And it was probably fair before game 2. And then in game 2, campaign came in and he played however many minutes he played, and the Knicks were outscored by 9 points in a game they lost by 5. So, again, I might be inclined to read this and be like, my gut response might be, you're being too critical. No. How could I say you're being too critical? When again, you could argue that campaign lost. I mean, not that he lost them game 2, but like you could argue that those minutes lost them game 2. And should they have gone to this earlier? Chris, it's so extraordinarily fair, which is why tonight I said out in the open, like Tibbs getting a lot of flowers tonight. People calling this the Tibbs game, whatever. You could go the other way, like and be like, why did it take so long? It's beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Thanks, Chris. Sam Garcia with another one. Shout out to Shamet and Wright, gave great minutes tonight. Yes, they did. Very cool of them, and again, kind of theme of the night, so to speak. Thank you, Sam. Ben Kim Gervy, thank you, Ben. Condolences, Clan Macri. Appreciate that. Hard to lose a patriarch. Hope you take the time you need to feel and process, and all the best to your mom. Yeah. Again, my mom, hasn't been married to my dad since essentially I was born. But they have been, and I've been incredibly lucky for this, they've been great friends. And I mean that genuinely. They've been great friends for a very long time. Very, very long time. So she's definitely going through it. And, taking the time I need to feel and process, I don't, to me, this is where I want to be. And there's no place else I'd rather be, frankly. So thank you, Ben. Knicks in 6. What's going on, Knicks in 6? Stagger, Cat, JB. I've written about it. I've talked about it. Amen to that. And surround with 4 defenders might be the way. Not out of the duo long term, just this series. Indiana picks them apart. Stagger might maximize. So played 17 minutes together in game 2, played 18 minutes tonight. Can you stagger them much more than that? Because if you play them, so you played them tonight, you obviously didn't play any minutes without, did you play any minutes without either of them on the floor? If it wasn't much. But tonight you had Cat at 33 minutes and Brunson at 31 minutes. And again, they shared the court for about 18 minutes. If you get it down to like 15 minutes, let me do some quick math. 30 plus. Then you're talking about 63 minutes total. I mean, I don't know. You can't have those guys play fewer than like 30 minutes a pop. Maybe Cat less, but Cat won you the freaking game. So I don't know. Can you get it down to like 12? Can you get it down to like 12, 13? I think, look, they're both going to start the game. We know they're both going to start the game. That's a non-negotiable. It's so then when do you make the first sub? Do you make the first sub after 4 minutes? Do you make the first sub after 5 minutes? Do you make the first sub after 6 minutes? It's somewhere around there. And then you don't need to put them together again for the rest of the first half. And then it comes down to, down the stretch of the fourth quarter. Is there a moment where you're like, hey, we got to put them both in for whatever reason? But I think you're onto it, Knicks in 6. It's just, logistically, it's tough because they're the 2 best players on your team. And it's tough, especially when you had Brunson tonight going like he was going, but that's a rarity. Thanks, Knicks in 6. Okay. Next up, we are going to take a quick second to shout out our friends at Cornbread. Yes, shout out to Cornbread. How many words is that? Shout out to Cornbread. 5 words, 4 words, something like that. But it's my favorite words to read on every show. Hey, if you've been looking for a natural way to relieve aches and discomfort, the CBD gummies from Cornbread Hemp are formulated to work with your body Not against it. I am living proof of that. Cornbread hemp really revolutionized my own personal wellness routine. And as someone who, again, I'll go back to it. The biggest thing for me, they sent me the sleep gummies. I was someone that was I was buying freaking NyQuil, ZQuil, whatever other stuff, and it just wasn't working. I wasn't getting good night's sleep. I was taking that stuff, and I found even if I slept hours, it wasn't quality sleep. It didn't feel refreshed. The cornbread sleep gummies for me it's just night and day, no pun intended, from everything else. And it really does help me feel better. And for me, again, it's helping me relax. It's reducing stress, reducing discomfort, the whole thing. And I know that it's quality because it's third-party lab tested, and they only use the best part of the hemp plant, the flower. So it's pure and obviously potent. Right now, Knicks Film School listeners can save 30% on their first order from Cornbread. Just head to cornbreadhemp.com/KFS and use code KFS at checkout. That's cornbreadhemp.com/KFS and use code KFS at checkout. Shout out to Cornbread. Next up, Barry Craver. What's going on, Barry? Before you write your newsletter, watch the clip from Rocky 5. Rocky 5? Man, I didn't really realize there was any rewatchable clips from Rocky 5. I've seen Rocky 5 a few times. I don't know that I would say there's any rewatchable clips, but I will. Where Balboa is down, calls out to Tommy Gunn, "I didn't hear no bell. One more round." That was Cat tonight. Now beat the Pacers. I didn't hear no bell. I will rewatch that clip. I'm literally writing it down right now. How about that? I didn't hear no bell. Yeah. Either that or Rocky at the end of Rocky 1, where he's like, come here to Apollo, and Apollo's like, this guy's fucking out of his mind. Thanks, Barry. Christopher Halecki, what's going on, Chris? Apparently, we know the secret. Be down by 20. It seems like it. What else? What else could it be? Thanks, Chris. Badowski, Burnham Bridges. What's going on, Badowski? Your motto, sir? I think it's your motto, sir. Mirrored me to a T. Wasn't going to shed a tear or heartbreak again. Difference was the cat jam. First I stood, first I screamed, first I was pumped. So the cat jam you're talking about made it. Did that give them the lead? Yeah, it gave them the lead with 8:02. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable that they were down 20 in this game and down 15 in the middle, towards the end, really, of the third quarter. And it was like no time, because it's 78-63. So I called the run 31-12. You could also say that it was a 7-20. This might actually be more impressive. The cat dunk made it a 22-7 run. And then it ended up being a 31-12 run. 22-7 might actually be more impressive. 22-7. And yeah, the cat dunk punctuated that. And then actually, sorry, that's a lie, because it was an N1. So it was 23. 23-7. And then, but the Halliburton 3 came after that. But yeah, awesome stuff. Thanks, Badowski. Freeway Hustler. Tibbs can outcoach anyone if he opens up, period. I would wager that if you asked him, Tom Thibodeau, did your approach to coaching change tonight as opposed to previous nights? He would tell you no. But does that mean it's true? I don't know. Thanks, Freeway Hustler. Kev, don't get worried. I'm going to leave the screen and nobody else get worried. I'm going to leave the screen for about 1 second as I shut off my fan because it's too cold. Hang on. Okay. I'm back. It's a millisecond. Juanon, 3 more. Just take it game by game. Series is far from over despite the panicking from the fan base. Hashtag fire tips. Little subtle dig there, Juanon. Now, you always fight the good fight. That's why I always appreciate you. It's why I always appreciate your calm demeanor, your level-headedness, how you always stay grounded. I need that because I get swept up very easily, as you can probably tell. Thanks, Juanon. Appreciate you, man. The Real Tarun, man. Thank you, The Real Tarun. This is incredibly generous. It's the generosity tonight. I can't even. Thank you. You guys are gifted at what you do. A pleasure listening. Helps me process things. Win or lose, go Knicks. Oh, jeez. Gifted. Oh, boy. I'm really proud of the work that we do here. I'm really proud of the work product that we put out, the content that we create. We have the best team in the business, bar none. And I don't say that disparagingly of anybody else who does this. I just know that we have the best team out there. GMAC, talk about one of one. And then the team that he's assembled on the production side, we got Kev on the 1s and 2s tonight, Mark doing his thing. And, just listen to the people that I get to talk to on these post-game shows. Jeff, Benji, DJ. It's just, and then the whole crew, Sean, Mensa, Chris, I'm sure I'm forgetting people. Just Jeremy. How can I forget Jeremy? Jesus. Jeremy's talking about gifted. The way his mind works, So we're all just a bunch of Knicks fans, love what we do. Happy to pour ourselves into this and very incredibly appreciative of the audience that we have and the platform that we are able to utilize. So thank you so much. Really, it is our pleasure. Thank you, really. Will Oliver, what's going on, Will? Take the next game and wipe away the game 1 monstrosity. I think that's a big question for me. Did tonight wipe away game 1, or do we need to win one more game to wipe away game 1? I don't know. I would say that I think the game 1 loss. If you're asking me which fan base is more devastated tonight, or which fan base is more devastated, us after game 1 of the Pacers tonight? On balance, it should be us after game 1. The reason why I wonder if the Pacers fans are more devastated at this moment is because they had a 20-point lead with the finals. Like, the Indiana Pacers have made 1 finals in their history as an organization. 1. They made 1 finals. That's it. That's all they ever made. In the ABA, they've made, I'm pretty sure they made some ABA finals, but as an NBA team, they have made 1 finals. And they had a 20-point lead. And if they hold on to that 20-point lead, they're going to make another finals. Now, I'm sure there are also a lot of Pacers fans out there tonight being like, I'm not worried. This team's, the Knicks stink. We're much better than them. We had a 20-point lead. We're going to get a 20-point lead on Tuesday, and we're going to win this thing in 5. And worst case scenario, we win it in 6 because we'll be back home and the whole thing. And you know what? They're absolutely justified in feeling that way because they have been they played like the better team overall. Despite the game 1 position the Knicks were in, I don't know that the Knicks drastically outplayed the Pacers in game 1. If anything, maybe they played into a draw, and they were somewhat fortuitous to be in the position that they were in, that they then blue. So the Pacers should feel like they have more answers, like they've been the better team, and that they're still in a great spot. But I don't know, if I was a Pacer fan right now and I was a 20-point lead away from the NBA Finals, my second NBA Finals in the history as a franchise, I don't know. That's, for the moment, that's probably a tough pill to swallow. Thanks, Will. Christopher Halecki with another one. Thank you, Chris. Jonathan, I am never out, no matter how bleak. Life can be so dark, but here are the Knicks making my sports life worth living. Chris, I know you've been going through as hard as, I mentioned before, like, who this win was for. I think of people like you, Chris. I think of people like you. And I won't, not my position to share, but I know how hard things have been for you for quite some time. And I know how much you're giving of yourself every single day. You and your lovely wife. So shout out to you, man. And glad to hear that. Ja, so focused. What's going on, Ja? Last one for real. Sure it is. Been neutral about the Cat trade since the start because JB needs two-way players in the starting lineup, in my opinion. If Cat dominates in this series, that won't matter. We always knew what the gamble was, Ja. The gamble was that they were going to have an unstoppable offense and be just good enough on defense. Here's the thing. Even with Jalen Brunson and Karl-Anthony Towns on the floor together at times in this series, they have had a passable defense. And again, you don't need to play him more than 13, 14, 15 minutes. Which is why, the problems were on defense in this series, the first two games. But if you wanted to make the game 2 loss about the offense, you could have done that. You can't make the game 1 loss about the offense because the offense was ridiculous. But the gamble when they made that trade was that the what you saw in game 1 from this team, that was the sort of offense you were going to see, 65, 70% of the time. You haven't seen it, you haven't seen that level of offense 20% of the time since January 1st, or roughly whereabouts. That's the problem. And you didn't even see that level of offense tonight. It was just it was Cat putting the team on his shoulders in the fourth quarter, and then that was it. But other than that, the offense wasn't good tonight. But the defense picked up the slack, which is why it's good to have a two-way team, because when the one thing doesn't work, the other thing could pick up the slack. Thanks, Joe. Paul McFairline, thank you for the generous contribution, Paul. Fourth quarter, Cat 20, Indy 20. That's a great call. Cat 20, Indy 20. Great job by you, Paul. Knicks came back from down 20. Here's 20. Let's fucking go Knicks. That's really good, Paul. That's really good. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. 20s all around. 20s all around. Yeah. Alex Cohen, what's going on, Alex? I appreciate you guys. Thank you, man. Knicks in 6. Put it in ink. I hope so. I'll take Knicks in 7, but Knicks in 6 would be glorious. Maybe they found themselves tonight. Who knows? Stranger things have happened. KJ Dog, what's going on, KJ? Need to watch Nesmith. He went out and the Pacers missed him. He came back and did nothing good. Could be a problem for them in game 4. He could possibly be very sore. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam. I am. Nesmith tonight. What was he? 2 of 8 from the field. 8 points. He was -2 in 26 minutes. Got 7 rebounds in 26 minutes. Pretty good. 2 steals and a block. He's been helping them. I mean, he's absolutely been helping them. Wait. Next one is from. Is that this one? Oh, this is Justin. Oh, what's going on, Justin? How you doing? I mean, I think the Knicks' life gets a lot easier if Nesmith's out the next game. Is he the sort of player that if he plays, I'm like, oh no, the Knicks are not going to be able to overcome that? No, that's the thing about this Pacers team. Other than Halliburton, and kind of Siakam, but mostly Halliburton. This Pacers team could withstand the loss of anyone. You know, they're just really good and really deep. That said, Neesmith solves a lot of problems for them, and he answers a lot of questions. And they did miss him when he went out. So yeah, thanks, Justin. Fabian Stewart, call him straight bet Scotty F in the hood, my lord. Shout out to Scott Foster. Thanks, Fabian. Danny Small, don't let go of the rope. Simple as. Yeah. Like the Yodification of that comment. Yes, don't let go of the rope. That's all you got to do. Thank you, Danny. Michael Bildrici, I hope I got that correct. Hello from Istanbul. What the man? Traveled here for my oh no. I was so excited and now I'm not excited. Traveled here for my grandmother's funeral. Great win, great vibes. Sham right. Wow. Hang in there, guys. Let's go Knicks. Oh no, I'm sorry about your grandmother, Michael. That stinks. We're both going through it right now. Condolences to you and your family. Rest in peace to your grandma. That's awesome that you still got to enjoy and watch the game from Istanbul. Never been to Istanbul. Would love to go to Istanbul. Obviously not under these circumstances, but glad you got a win to help maybe improve your mood a little bit tonight. And Sham Wow is right. There we go. Sham Wow. Brandon Cooney, what's going on, Brandon? Thanks for the contribution. I love Randall, and as great as he's been for Minnesota, I don't think he scores 20 points in the fourth in Indiana with our season on the line after being benched the game before. Extreme mental toughness by Cat. What a shout out by you, Brandon, because so often with Cat, it's about the skills, right? It's about the skills that he has. It's about the skills that he does not employ often enough. And it is about the skills that he is unwilling to activate on a consistent enough basis to be a winning player. And what you're talking about here, I think, is so smart, because was he shook after game 2 after he got benched? I don't know. I can't imagine it felt great. I can't imagine on the day that he found out that he was named one of the 15 best players in the NBA for, what was that, the second or third time? I'm going to say second. Was it second? It was second. No, it was third. Sorry, I was right. It was third. This is his third All-NBA third team. So we're not quite Hall of Fame level pace there, although we'll see how the rest of the season goes. Like 3 All-NBA teams, a bunch of All-Star teams, like that's a resume. That's a resume to stick on the bench in the fourth quarter. And more than that, he stunk through 3 quarters tonight. He was stinky poo-poo for 3 quarters. And then it was just like, I got this. I got this, guys. Like, it's just the you can't speak enough about the mental toughness to be able to do that. That's such a great call by you, Brandon. Thank you. Or Brendan, excuse me. I got your name wrong. Sam Garcia, got to stagger JB and Cat going forward. Yeah, again, we talked about it. You can only do it so much. You have to, you figure at the very least you're starting the first quarter and the third quarter with them together. Again, for whatever it is worth, I thought they defended well enough at the start of the game, and I thought they defended well enough at the start of the third quarter. I thought the issues early in the game were that the offense was they just missed makeable shots. And then at the start of the third quarter, defense was actually less good at the start of the third, but I don't know. They weren't, I don't know. Was it atrocious at the start of the third? They started the game off okay. Again, they didn't make shots, but I liked how they started the game off. They just didn't make shots. So
You do have to stagger them. Thanks, Sam. Issa Ortiz, DeLon Wright deflection. Did you see Nembhard travel? Did I see Nembhard travel? Which play? Yeah, it's ringing a bell, and it's 2:20 in the morning, so I'm drawing a blank at the moment. Did he get away with a trap? I'm trying to remember. Well, regardless, the deflection you're talking about was important, and it came at a big moment. So good callback by you. Thanks, Issa. Jihad Brown, what's going on, Jihad? Do you think Brunson changes his approach after witnessing Cat carry the team tonight? What's the team's mentality after this win going into game 2? Jihad, it's the best question anyone's asked. It's a $64,000 question. Do I think Brunson changes his approach? No, I mean, Brunson changes his approach. Maybe. Do I think maybe there's a chance we see them try to get Cat going, whatever that means, at the start of game 4? Maybe. But like, I don't know. I kind of liked Cat's, or I kind of liked Brunson's approach at the start of this game. I didn't like, he took some shots, and like you could say that they were kind of tough, but I liked the looks he took early, and I thought he was making a concerted effort to get his teammates involved, not necessarily Cat in particular, but it's a great question. I think he will change it a little bit, and I think that's the right move if he does. Thanks, Jihad. George. George Pingeon. I know George. What's going on, George? How are you? My former colleague. Happy for DeLon Wright and Landry Shamet. We need to throw more defensive bodies at this Pacer team and keep the closers fresh. Thank you. This is really generous, George. Thank you so much. Throw more defensive. I mean, yeah, they help. Is it a coincidence they won the game? Here we go. The Knicks, the only win in the series is the game in which they scored the fewest points. They had given up an average of 126 points. I will say that again. They had given up an average of 126 points to this Pacer team through the first 2 games. Tonight, they gave up 100. 100. And now I'm actually curious. Hang on here. 100 points to the Pacers. The Pacers in this postseason, their previous low point total was 101 points. So they scored 101 in a loss to the Bucks. They scored 104 in a loss to the Cavs. So this is now their 3rd loss of the postseason. They scored 100 points. How many times this season have they scored? So the last time the Pacers scored fewer points than 100 points was February 4th. So you're talking about nearly 4 months ago. They scored 89 against the Blazers. So, but even going back a little further, and then the previous time below 100 before that was 90 points on December 4th. So they had some rough offensive games early in the season, but once they kind of got things going, like if you hold this Pacers team to 100 points, man, you did something right. You did something right. Thanks, George. D. Veal, what's going on, D. Veal? Mid-second quarter, almost turned the game off. Watched the entire 3rd and 4th with the sound down while listening to the KFS live stream. That's awesome. That makes me so happy. Appreciate the content, and let's take it 1 possession, 1 quarter, and 1 game at a time. Yes. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think the only time they let this game get away from them was during the 13-0 run, and it was actually 1 possession in particular on the 13-0 run. I forget who threw the pass. It was a lazy pass, and it was a pass that should have never been thrown. That resulted in a fast break. I think it was a fast break dunk. That was the first possession, honestly, like all playoffs, where I watched it and I'm like, oh man, they're like very rattled and they're kind of letting go of the rope. Other than that, I do like, I mean, I don't know what you call the end of game one in regulation. Look, it was a lot of mistakes, but like, I don't know. I don't question the mental toughness of this team for whatever reason. I question a lot of things about this team. I don't question their mental toughness. I don't. I think they just got, I don't know. They did have a brain fart at the end of game one, so maybe that is, I don't know. But I don't know. I believe in it overall. I do. Thanks, Steve Veal. Daniel Infante, what's going on, Daniel? This team defies all logic. Absolutely. That is their identity. Let's strap in for the rest of this ride and stop doubting them. I know I learned my lesson. Yeah, maybe tonight, finally, we'll all learn our lesson not to give up on them, not to doubt them. Now, look, this series could end in 5 games. I don't think it will. I think they're gonna make the Pacers sweat a little bit more at the very least. Thanks, Daniel. Sam F. What's going on, Sam? I was wondering how Tibbs was going to counter whatever Carlisle did to counter Mitch starting. In which of Doctor Strange's universes did Tibbs find Wright, Shamet, Deuce, Josh, Cat? Higher Tibbs. That's a great one. The same one that, resulted in them ultimately defeating Thanos at the end of, spoiler alert, at the end of Avengers Endgame. Thanks, Sam. Daniel Infante with another one. Did Cat save his Knicks career with that fourth quarter? Ooh, that's my new favorite question of the night. Ooh. My wife just texted me. I can't believe you're still on. Love you, honey. Love you too. He might have. That's a great question, Daniel. I mean, I know I was shipping him out of town. I don't know about Leon Rose. I was. Thanks, Daniel. Issa Ortiz. Sorry, meant to say Nembhard double dribble early in the first quarter. Did I notice that? No, I you know what? I may have, and I may have I've forgotten it already, but yeah, that's all good. Thanks, Issa. Octopus Circus, what's going on? Octopus. Hate for being sappy. I'm here for Knicks content primarily, but John's heart and words are what keep me coming back. The whole crew, love you guys. Oh man. I don't even know what to say to that. Thank you. I'm sorry to be sappy, but I literally was talking about this with my mom the other night, and my mom gets on me sometimes because, and correctly so, when oftentimes it's choice language, but just, when I say things that I probably don't need to say, or I shouldn't say. And I was talking to her about how, like, it's tough because if it's one thing that I always promised myself that I would do, whatever audience I ended up getting with this, I said I was always going to just be myself and be open and honest and never be someone that I thought I was supposed to be or say the thing I thought I was supposed to say, and I just appreciate that everybody doesn't mind that I'm an open book on here. And so what you get of me here is, man, it's crazy because I know there's like a lot of people watching. Like, I don't know how old you are, Octopus Circus, but I'm Is The Real World still on? The Real World, the show on MTV? Maybe it's, I don't even know if it's still on. But I used to watch it, and they used to have the confessional things where you talk in front of the camera. Like, that's what it feels like to me. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I'm just talking to myself here. And so I don't, you know, I just appreciate the opportunity to be open and honest. And so, yeah, I'm glad you enjoy and appreciate that. It means really a great deal to me. Thank you so much. El Coriano 11. We lose this game if Brunson is not in foul trouble? ? Ooh, lots of good questions tonight. Maybe. I'll give you a maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Thanks, El Coriano. Very fair question at the very least. Johnny Chiba, what's going on? Johnny, my man. Congrats, JM. Shock and awe of game 1. Choke turned to depression with game 2 loss and post-game Pop's soliloquy. Gloom and doom season end was palpable, down by 20. 20? Pshaw. Win of the season. I was screaming. Cat scared. Wife angry. Hashtag cat MVP. Important clarification for those not watching or instead just listening. When Johnny Chiba wrote cat scared, it was spelled C-A-T, as in the animal cat. And then the hashtag cat MVP was spelled K-A-T for the bodega cat. Not the bodega cat animal, but the bodega cat basketball player. I hope your cat, C-A-T, is doing okay, Johnny. And thank you for the kind words. Appreciate you. Chris Infante. What's going on, Chris? How are you? What makes the playoffs great? The two most hated on Knicks, Bridges and Cat, single-handedly made game-winning plays when it mattered most this postseason. Amazing reversal of perception for both. I agree with you to an extent. I still think the book on both of those guys and the trades that brought them here is very much open and can still swing wildly in one direction or another before the postseason is through. Bridges has had some wonderful moments in this postseason. Cat, even before tonight, has had some wonderful moments and games in this postseason. He was great in game 1. He was great, in game 1 versus Detroit. He was great in game 3 versus Detroit. He was great in at least one game, couple games versus, or very good in a couple games versus Boston. Like, he's had moments. This was the top. So can he build on it? That's the question. Can he build on it? Can he eliminate some of the negatives? Maybe that's the better question. The better question of that, or better question than can he build on this, is can he eliminate the negatives on the defensive end or the severe negatives? We'll see. Thanks, Chris. Bill Peter friend. What's going on, Bill? How are you? Do you believe? Do you believe? We back. Do I believe? Do I believe? What a question to ask me on multiple levels these days. I believe they can win the series. I believe they can win the series. Do I think they will? I don't know. Flip a coin. Thanks, Bill. Fitness with Julian. What's going on, Fitness with Julian? How you doing, man? My deepest sympathies and condolences to you and your family, John. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you for the very, very generous contribution here. I appreciate all you do, especially on nights like tonight. They should have gone for the head. Yeah, they should have gone for the head. I tell you, I watched that. People talk about movies that they put on and like it's like they could have seen it several times and they get to a certain scene and it still gets them upset or whatever, even if they know what's coming. It's so pathetic, but Infinity War is that's my movie with that emotion. I'm embarrassed to say how many times I've watched that movie. It used to be actually my go-to, like put on, when I, like wanted to watch something falling asleep. All the time. For a while, it was my oldest daughter's favorite movie when she was young. We watched that I don't know how many times, and every time, I swear to you, on my kids, every time Thor would come out of the sky with the freaking axe, I'd be like, "Go for the head! Go for the head! Go for the head! Go for the head!" I would be pulling for him to go for the head. It was, and obviously he never did. I hope the Knicks make the Pacers regret not going for the head. We'll see. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. It means a lot. Rafa. Well, Rafa, you're back. What's going on, Rafa? I thought you left us. Holy F, they won. Was stuck in an emergency at work. Oh, I hope everything's okay. I'm sorry to hear that. But what a great surprise. Let's freaking go Knicks. Also, my condolences, Macri. Wish you all the best. Thank you so much, Rafa. Appreciate your passion for this basketball team. I know it's coming from a good place, as is all of our passion for our beloved Knicks. Thank you, Rafa. Danger Zone. Speaking of Danger Zone, I got to check in with my wife because I walked in earlier tonight and she was watching Top Gun with the children. I don't know if no, I do know. She definitely did not show them the sex scene. But I'm curious, did they make it all the way through the movie? And I want to know what my older daughter especially thought of the film. Because she loves Tom Cruise, but I don't know if that's her type of movie. So I'll see. Danger Zone. Can we get a milk shower, John, if they go to the finals? A milk shower. I don't know what a milk shower is, but sure, why not? If they go to the finals, I'll give you all the milk showers you want. As I say that, I realize that may be something better for a pornographic video. If it's that sort of milk shower, then the answer is probably going to have to be no, at least on live, the live format, or actually no, any format where a video camera's on me. If it's just dumping milk on myself, that I could do. Thank you, Danger Zone. Kento Cato, what's going on, Kento? I was ready to check out, but they pulled me back in. There you go. For better or for worse, ready to believe again. Emotional roller coaster continues as I ask myself, why do I do this? Why do any of us do this? I mean, I'm not going to go back again and repeat myself, but I do this because, my dad got me into it. So, am I thankful to him for that? I am thankful to him for that. Although I there are some days maybe where I am not, but no, listen, it's the highest, the highs, the lowest, the lows. That's what it's all about. Thank you, Kento. Fred Katz. Fred, what are you doing? Can confirm Delon and Shamet played because the KFS Super Chatters got compromising pics of Tibbs. Well, that's good. You heard it here from New York Knicks analytics reporter. Hold on. Let me make sure I got that right. John needs 7 loads to the face if the Knicks win the title. Oh, I shouldn't have read that out loud. It's analytics writer. Thank you. Okay, so thank you to Fred Katz, Knicks analytics writer. For that. Thank you, Fred. Duncan Mitchell. I'm Ron Burgundy. What do you think I'm going to do, Fred? Not read the thing? Duncan Mitchell. Gosh, that win was needed. Shout out KFS. Andrew's apoplectic. You are all the best at what you do. It's not even debatable. I've set off a firestorm in our text thread, apparently. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Yes, I needed that very much so. Thank you, Duncan. Don't text things if you don't want me to read them. There you go. That's it. Issa Ortiz, you need to go back to the first quarter. 8:30, Nemhard double dribble. I will go back and I will watch it. I'm writing it down right now. 8:30, Nemhard double dribble. I'm gonna go watch it. Okay. Thanks, Issa. Fred, go to sleep. Go to sleep. You have a job. You have an important job. You're a national, whatever the fuck you are. Go to bed. Fred Katz, I can't stop laughing. How did you read that on the air? What do you want me to tell you? The first time you're watching me? What filter do I have? No filter. See, this is actually what my mom is talking about. Where she's like, Jonathan, you need to be more careful about what you say on the camera, into the microphone. I think this is what she's referring to. Sorry, Mom. I don't know if my mom's still watching. I hope you're not, Mom. Sam Garcia's dad, Ray. What's going on, Ray? Now we get serious again. Want to send condolences to you and yours. My dad passed away 10 years ago. Oh, my goodness. And still think of him when I watch sports. Glad the Knicks won one for you and your pops. On the game, Cat was a man among children. Tibbs outcoached Rick. Think Tibbs did coach the better game tonight. I think Cat was a man amongst boys or children. And very sorry to hear about you and your dad. I know, without knowing anything about your relationship with your dad, or without knowing anything about him, I could tell you guys had a great relationship, because I know all about the relationship between you and your son, and how wonderful of a father that you are to Sam. And I was lucky enough to witness that firsthand a couple of years ago, and I've obviously seen you guys at events since then, and it is never lost on me how special it is, that bond that you guys share over this team. And I'm sure it was similar with your dad. So, my condolences to you. And yeah, I mean, I don't know that there's ever going to be a big Knicks game for the rest of my life that I don't, think of him. Wish we could have shared some more of those experiences together over the last few years. But yeah, such is life. And like I said, I hope wherever he is, he's enjoying this one. Thank you, Ray. Oh my goodness gracious. This is I think the last one here. Bill Peter friend. Bill, man. So again, I've mentioned this before. I'll say it again. Bill and me have become email buddies over the course of the season, and I love going back and forth with him. Thank you very much. This is incredibly generous, Bill. John, I'm sure your dad was proud of what you became as a dad, a son, a husband, and a father. You're a member of the bar now, following your Knicks stream. Our community prayer is they pull this off in honor of his memory for your dad. Oh, man. Bill, I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I hope he was proud, because if he was proud of all of those things, then he died knowing he did a good job. And that's all, I hope that's the case. I hope that's the case. And man, I tell you, it's crazy. Last couple days, so much has been going through my mind about so many different things, and just like life in general, and priorities, and the things that we put first in our lives, and the things that we sacrifice, and the things that there were the people that we tell ourselves that we sacrifice things for, and just all sorts of things. And like, I think I will say that I have such a deep appreciation for the daily challenge that is trying to walk this tightrope of being a good husband and or what wife or dad or mother or son or daughter or brother or sister, and all of these of all of these different things, because so often all of these things have competing interests or competing, where it's like, think about the analogy to sports, right? We maybe not me as much as others, but we often criticize coaches because of the result of a decision, and we see the outcome, and we don't see the process behind it. We don't see the consideration that went into it behind it. And I think we do the same thing as people, and we will feel how we'll feel based on how things impacted us and how we saw the results of the thing. But it's hard to put yourself in the person's shoes. And as I've gotten older, especially the last few years, really the last couple of years, as I've tried to, it's like, man, I'm trying to give all this time to all these different things so I could provide the best sort of life for my family. But at the same time, I'm trying not to go insane, and be just a utter ball buster because I'm so stressed and busy all the time, as a dad and as a husband, and you're balancing these different things. And you sit there at night sometimes and you're like, how the fuck did I get this so wrong? And you got it wrong. You messed up. And you tried your best. And you messed up. And it's not like you're an idiot or you're a bad person, but so you consider all these things, and then you go back and you think about your parents and the job that they did and the things that they had to overcome and the things that maybe stood in their way. And it just gives you a whole nother perspective. And yeah. So all we could do is the best that we could do. And I would just say, to anyone out there who has maybe a parent or someone close to you in your life that you have, have had maybe a complicated relationship with at times, man, tomorrow is never guaranteed. So go and, if you're feeling like more understanding than you maybe used to be, and you want to share that understanding, don't waste time. Do it today. Don't wait till tomorrow. Because I'm pretty sure that person will appreciate it. Yeah. All right. That's all we got. Oh, it's Andrew. What's going on?
That was extremely well said, John.
What?
That was extremely well said. Honestly, I like getting you to share your heart tonight. It seems like
I'm smart.
You smart. You mock is smart. Seriously though, brother. Haven't been able to say it from me and mine. Obviously, our condolences from the Claudios. And seeing you open up tonight was touching for me as well. Can we now also add Fred and talk about the fact that you just said what you said on the air?
I just want to say the last time I saw John tear up like that, it was when he got stuff in his eyes from taking 7 loads to the face.
Fred, you actually have a job. That like
No, I don't. I sit here, I troll you. I was actually about to get in the shower and I redressed to come on here because you read you taking 7 loads to the face just right on the podcast.
I
What's
saw
crazy,
it.
That wasn't even the wildest text I sent you in that exchange.
You want me to go back and look?
No. You don't have a phone.
No, I
It
won't.
broke. It died.
Hold on.
It
What
does
we
not
have
exist.
you? What we have? I mean, what we have you? What was? Give the fans one thing from the locker room tonight. One fun, notable, whatever thing,
One fun, notable thing.
or just something that
From
you
the
found
locker
funny.
room.
I don't care. Whatever.
I mean, I did enjoy walking into the locker room, seeing Mitchell Robinson looking at me and just saying inquisitively, I have a friend who looks just like you. And me saying, really? And him saying, yeah, he's really ugly. And then OG Anunoby standing right next to him, cackling.
Mr. Robinson, protect him at all costs. Just Nick,
Cackling.
please.
What a wild world that like Mitchell Robinson at this rate. I mean, who the hell knows what's going to happen this summer? There's like a legitimate chance he retires as one of how many Knicks have played 10+ seasons with the franchise? It's maybe 5 or 6 guys. It's a very short list.
Look it
I
up
mean,
at not 3 a.m. It's okay.
I will add, he also threatened me that a hit piece of me is going to come.
Is he going to write it?
Well, OG suggested that I write about Mitch because he talked about how well Mitch is playing defensively.
Yeah.
And he was like, you should write something on Mitch. I said, I've actually written a lot about Mitch lately. And Mitch cut me off and said, I know if you write one more thing about me, I'm going to write something about you. And I was like, please, that would be great. I'm like, I could go to my editor immediately and we would just run that thing right away. If you want to write that.
How amazing would it be? Players Tribune.
Let me tell you about my friend Matthew.
Let me tell you about my friend Matthew. That's the name
My
of
friend
Oh my
Matthew.
God.
Lord,
There you go.
My friend Matthew.
Lord knows.
Riding the
knows
D
what it would
train
say.
and 7 loads to the face. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to another edition of the Knicks Film School Postgame Show.
John,
Presented by our wonderful sponsor, Fanatics Sportsbook.
Hopefully still our sponsor tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes. What, Fred? Yeah.
I just can't believe the shit you say on air.
See, that's
I also-
a lie. There's a lie. There's nothing that is unbelievable about me to you, and I know that
Wow.
for a fact.
That is true. Can I say something for real? Can I make a genuine comment?
Oh Jesus!
I hope. No, I'm serious.
What?
I hope, and I think they do, but I hope listeners of this podcast know how lucky they are to have you guys doing this. It's so good. You guys are so freaking good. You're as good as they come. You're the best people. You're the greatest, and we all love you. We love you so much. I'll give you an 8th load to the face.
Jesus Christ. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. John and Jeremy tomorrow. When you're listening to this tomorrow, John and Jeremy dropping Tuesday morning. Thank you for your service. Although that's Veterans Day where we do the service thing.
Right. No, John is being serviced a little bit too much
Oh, dear
tonight. So
God.
let's do something else here.
Happy Memorial Day. Enjoy your barbecues. Thank you to all who have served and the Army. God bless America.
Only ketchup and mustard on those hot dogs, folks.
Oh dear God. I don't even want to
let
think
you-
about what else you're alluding to might go on. Shout out to the real SMG, by the way. Again, if that was a
Yes.
typo, please message us. And shout out to Kev on the 1s and 2s for the marathon tonight. Shout out to Fred Katz tuning to Cats and Shoot. My
Yes.
favorite YouTube comment of the year, by the way, is the last video, the last pod you guys did. Johnny Chiba commented that we should name this pod Cats and Can't Shoot. It's my favorite thing of all time. the Cats and Can't Shoot pod when John has Fred Katz on and he inevitably brings up his vasectomy. Thank you everybody for tuning in. John, we love you, and we love the Knicks, and we'll see you next time, folks.
Ride the D train.